knob on it. I don't know if you've ever had anything that connects in 2 points and one of them comes loose. Things really start riding around really fast, and plugs, they come loose.
Well, yeah, they do. But was there any evidence that it maybe had been duct taped into place or anything like that?
No.
Again, nobody ever said, and the GPS unit was all duct tape on the backside.
Yeah.
They used hot glue all over that mother.
Absolutely.
Nobody ever said that.
That's what I do. Maybe some nails, something like that.
Nail the cable in place.
I guess, yeah.
I don't find the missing data points nearly as suspicious as other people do, just based on the conditions of the boat and everything that it went through.
Yeah.
Well, true that. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's entirely possible that pirates actually. But I'm talking pirates. I'm not talking guys in ships like taking them over, but guys that basically board the boat at some place, like the last place they gassed the boat up, and borrowing the boat for something because they were close to Canada. And you may not know this or not, but there's a very profitable business smuggling cigarettes across the Canadian border. So, I mean, maybe...
Are you being serious?
No, I'm serious.
Really?
They could have taken them, murdered them, not just cigarettes even, though.
It seems like a hell of a thing to do to smuggle cigarettes to throw two people overboard.
It does, but I mean that's just one thing. I mean the cigarettes is less likely, but suppose this. It's not...
By the way, we're now in the pirate theory for anybody who hasn't picked that up.
We skipped some theories.
We just moved right into the pirate theory.
This is the pirate theory, but it wasn't. I'm thinking more like for smuggling people. If you want a boat and you want to get some people into the U.S. from Canada, let's say they're some Al Qaeda types, who want to come into the country, and they don't really feel like walking over the mountains. They can't go through a checkpoint, so you murder a couple of people, take their boat, go to Canada, which is not at all far away, pick up your guys, bring them back to the U.S., drop them off, and then ditch the boat. And that's it.
Okay, so I have a number of problems with that, which is where did they bump into Chuck and Lana to then decide that they were great marks for this situation? I mean, the only point that they could have done that, and this actually falls a little bit in line with the lead investigators theory, which the lead investigators theory is that they met somebody at Presque Isle who was not a good person, a nefarious kind of guy who left on their own boat and followed them and then did something, made her strip and then walk the plank or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that is sort of in line with it, but...
I know you're thinking about the phone calls, I know.
But
the phone calls are easily explained.
The phone calls, let's just say it. Dismiss the phone calls. The phone calls happen before this person or Joe's Canadian pirates show up. And so all of that happens after the fact. But for what you're talking about, if you were going to leave a dock in Canada and go to a dock in the States, it's not like there's a bajillion customs points. I mean, there's a million places and a million boats you could do it with. It just seems amazing that these guys fell into a terrorist trap.
I also like the idea of Canadian pirates because they're just like, oh, hey, sorry to bother you, man. We're gonna need your boat, man.
Hey. Yeah.
And they're like, no, you can't have it. Oh, sorry, man. We gotta. we really need your boat. Hey, sorry, man. Here's some Tim Hortons. Man, I'm sorry,
Now all of our Canadian listeners are really righteously pissed off right now.
This is twice now we've just gone off on our Canadian.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry. Well, come on. Even Canadians can recognize that they are not good pirates. They know. It's like Portlanders aren't good pirates. We're just too nice.
We wouldn't do that.
No.
Okay, so...
But anyway, no, I think that's a stretch. I agree. I do think the fact that she is naked but wearing her jewelry and her watch, it makes me suspect that perhaps somebody of a nefarious nature did somehow board their boat and made her strip and walk the plank.
Because they didn't sleep. They were spending the night, right? They had dinner and they left.
Correct.
Right? So they were on the lake at night. So it's not so weird to me to
They
assume...
disappeared in the daytime.
Did they?
Yes, because it was 2:00 in the afternoon is the phone calls.
Right.
And they showed up at the dock to get on Presque Isle to get gas at 12:30 in the afternoon.
Right, but the unaccounted time is until when? The next morning.
Right.
So we have overnight.
Correct.
So they...
But why would they have not called anybody or used the radio if the boat died?
Well, maybe the boat didn't die. Maybe they were fine for a while.
The boat died.
I mean,
they took a nap. I don't know.
I mean, you're saying that they moored up somewhere and then ended up sleeping that spot overnight, even though they had told everybody they were going to be there in 2 hours.
Did they find her cell phone?
Did it
have a charge?
I mean,
frankly, that's like a question, right?
Questions I can't answer.
Right.
No, I think they did find her cell phone. I think it was on the boat.
Well, did it have a charge? Do you know?
Probably by the time they found it, it might still have had a charge.
But I mean, that's part of it, right? Is maybe you think, okay, we ran into a little trouble. We're just going to, you know what? The storm, it's not good. We don't want to try and dock. We're just going to spend the night.
Lana was very close with her family, so it is very out of character for her to have called her family and said, I'll be there in 2 or 3 hours, and then just not show and not contact anybody.
But if her phone was dead, she had no way to contact them. It's not, I mean, I've been...
Her phone has this thing called a charger, and I'm sure she remembers.
I don't know. Listen. Okay. I mean, things can go bad quick on the sea. Maybe they decided to have a quickie.
Okay.
I mean, she's on her boat with her boyfriend. It's not so weird to me that she's naked.
No. I have a theory about...
but it also doesn't, to me, mean something like some ne'er-do-well came on the ship and stripped her naked.
I agree. I also agree with that. It doesn't mean that to me. So we've now addressed the pirate theory. We've addressed the lead investigators theory that something happened. Somebody followed them from Presque Isle. The other thing that I want to talk about is that this is relatively similar to the chucks a drunken fool and knocks her overboard, is that it's believed that he may have gone over because he was a bumbling fool, not drunk, but a klutzy guy, and goes over. And as she's throwing the PFDs at him, and she can't get him to get him, and she throws the rope to him, and he gets to the boat. Now, why she doesn't drop the swim ladder, I don't know, but she doesn't, and instead reaches down to give him a hand. And as she's trying to pull him onto the boat, he inadvertently pulls her over.
I mean,
or it's the other way around. It's he does all this while she's in the water.
Or, I mean, he goes over, she throws some PFDs in. It's not working. She goes, I'm a strong swimmer. I can save him. And she jumps in after him.
But he was also a strong swimmer, too.
Maybe he's floundering. I mean, you can be a strong swimmer and have one thing go wrong. It can happen.
The thing that her family always points to say that this can't be the case is, again, boater safety had been drilled into her for so long. And boater safety says no matter how bad it is, the pilot doesn't get off the friggin' boat, because as soon as you get off the boat is gone.
Yeah.
You're right.
And now you're boat stranded in the water.
You're in Mary
you
Celeste
right.
territory.
Boater safety is very important. But, Steve, look me in the eye and tell me that if your wife was floundering overboard and the only option you thought to save her was to jump in after her, you'd be like, I'm the pilot. I got to stay on the boat.
Yeah, I got life insurance.
Yeah, exactly.
I got life insurance on her.
I just mean, so while our reports, they're happy, they're in love, they've been together for a couple years, I would jump in after my boyfriend. And I know boater safety.
Well, no, the thing about it is that number one, there were no signs of trauma. It's like, say, if she fell overboard, there were no knocks on the head or anything like that.
She was in my theory, he fell overboard.
Okay, sure. We'll leave it either way.
I can see that. Okay, so he fell overboard. He's drowning, but she still knows enough to stop the boat and maybe head back towards him.
Yeah.
But I see what you're talking about. The problem I have with this is that I guess she could have panicked and just dove overboard to rescue him, but you would think she would have put the ladder down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
my point.
Thinking,
you would think, but again,
I mean,
Steve says this all the time. That's That's thinking rationally.
Well, yeah, she's a chick. I know.
The person that you love.
No, Joe, cut it out.
The person that you love, you're watching them drown. You're watching that person die.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Are you going to be like bladder?
But you have a fast, maneuverable thing called a boat that you can turn around and get to him and chuck the rope at him and hook him with the rope and try and pull him up.
Maybe she tried that and it didn't work.
Maybe he was unconscious. Maybe he banged his head and he was like, but still, you would think that she would be rational enough to,
I literally don't
bring the boat around close.
That I would,
put the ladder down and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's my problem. And okay, well let's just say that she does. Okay, so part of this is that one of them, let's say it's him in the water, he accidentally pulls her overboard. What I don't get is why she wouldn't kick the swim ladder over as she's reaching down to pull him up.
Well, no, I mean, trying to pull him up from the well of the boat is asinine anyway. Why would she would kick the ladder down, climb down to the swim platform, and grab him from there?
Right, so climb down.
This is a really big boat, you guys. You're like saying as if like it's just like right there. She could just reach her leg over and
Devin,
kick the thing down.
This boat has two couches.
Great. How long are they?
Two small couches.
But how long are they?
Okay, it's probably the size of my couch, which is like a 6 or 7 foot couch. They're small couches with seats on the ends, and then, if you look at the schematics of these boats, half of it is the well, so they're not big things. It's not like she has to run 100 yards to get to the back of the boat.
I'm not saying 100 yards, but I'm also saying you missed the thing and he's pulling you over. It's not like it's right there and you have a couple tries.
But you pull somebody back onto the boat at the lowest point of the boat, which is the swim platform.
Yes, but
so if you're at the swim platform, you knock the ladder over saying, "Hey, dummy, climb up the swim ladder."
But so what if he falls overboard and he grabs onto you for stability and you both go over? You can't just kick the ladder.
But I don't think that he could have reached her from the water, from the well easily. We're going down rabbit holeville. We have gone so far down the rabbit hole, you two. We're so far off track.
No, the bottom line is there are a lot of ways that you can accidentally go overboard on a boat. You know? And it happens all the time.
It does.
Yeah, there goes ships.
So let's move to a totally different theory.
I like this one. Aliens.
Not aliens. The actual theory is that it is a angry client,
defendant.
Angry defendant would be the right way to put it, AKA the mob.
In Detroit.
Yeah.
So
cool.
Chuck was
a prosecutor.
He was a prosecutor, and so according to some people, it's entirely possible that he was prosecuting somebody who didn't appreciate him prosecuting them, and they figured out where Chuck was, and they followed and unfortunately, because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, Lana, out onto the water. They figured out where their boat was. They threw her overboard
after making her strip naked.
Because she's hot,
so
and
why
then
not?
took him to his torture party.
Why it got to be him?
Because she was never a prosecutor.
She wasn't. A prosecutor.
We don't know what she did.
She worked for the city of Detroit doing
law stuff.
I don't believe that
the city of Detroit prosecutes a lot of people.
But she's not working for the prosecutor's office.
Who's she working for?
She's working for the city of Detroit. I get the feeling that it was more of mundane stuff,
contracts and stuff like that.
Okay, you can argue that it's Lana's fault all you want, Devin. The point of the matter is
somebody was mad at one of them.
Theory
got it.
Is asinine.
Oh yeah, it's bad
because it is hard enough to track somebody down on land, let alone when they're out on the water speeding along in a boat.
There's a lot easier ways to find somebody. That's for sure.
And also get a hold of them.
Yeah.
Right?
This is...
Frankly, if Chuck sees defendant number 5 over there on a boat going, pull over, I got to get on your ship, he's obviously not going to be like, okay, sure.
Hey, I totally recognize that dude. Yeah, he's
a good guy.
I tried to send him away for 5 years. Let's let him on board and give him a shot of vodka.
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no hard feelings.
That doesn't work. So... I really feel like that one doesn't have any basis. Other than it sounds cool and convenient. The only one we have left is what I'm going to refer to as the Steve Special, and that's a Rogue Wave. So this theory, according to me, by the way, I made this up because I'm combining a whole bunch of stuff that's related to the case, is I'm looking, and this all comes from, well, Lana is obviously had to have been naked before she went in the water.
Well,
let's say that
I'm not 100% convinced about that.
Really. I feel like she probably would not have been going commando. Mm-hmm. I mean, at the least, I would have expected she'd have some bathing suit on. But so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explain why she's naked. And so what I'm thinking is that if it is crappy weather and they're hitting Big Chop, she gets soaked by a wave, whether they run through spray and she's had too much or there's a rogue wave that hits her. She says, hey, Chuck, can you take the wheel? I'm going to go down below. I'm going to change my clothes so I'm not freezing to death. He's like, sure, no problem, honey, whatever. Something else happens. Either she hears Chuck in distress or the boat's going all wonky and she realizes nobody's at the pilot or at the pilot's wheel. Of course, when an emergency happens and you're naked, what do? You don't stop to put your clothes on. You go to take care of the emergency. It's why your mom told you to always make sure you're wearing clean underwear in case you go to the hospital, because you never know when that's going to happen.
Yeah.
The point is, whatever then happens from there. But that's the only way that I can justify or make sense of why she would have been naked before she went in the water.
Yeah.
Is that she had to have had a good reason to take her clothes off in the first place. And when you're on a boat and you get soaked and it's friggin' cold, you change into dry clothes. That's the only thing that I can come up with. No matter how much you two try to tell me she was going commando.
Proposal. She says, hey, babe, I just got soaked. Take the wheel. I got to go change. He says, that's an invitation if I ever heard one.
He's a dude.
Right? She goes down, gets naked. He wanders down and is like, hey, babe, what's up? And she's like, what are you doing? Somebody is supposed to be driving this ship. She runs up to try to drive the ship and just thrown overboard.
And then the Kraken grabs her.
He's drunk, and he goes overboard. And, the rest is history.
Here's the only problem I have with that.
It's an invitation if I ever heard one.
Yeah.
It is.
It is an invitation for sure, but...
Nothing's an invitation. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, that's right. Let's be correct here. If she had really totally gotten drenched, the first thing that would have come off was her watch, because she would have wanted to dry that off.
Good point.
Yeah.
Damn good point.
And so, yeah, I'm not totally sure that I buy into that or not. I still like the Christian pirates who made her strip before she walked the plank.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah, it totally does.
I still like the cigarette smuggling Canadians, but...
I still like the Al-Qaeda connection, although even that's not quite believable.
Yeah, I mean...
I think people just screw up and fall overboard. It happens all the time.
But that's the thing with this story, is that people screw up and fall overboard all the time, but when it's two of them, one of whom is reported to have been so competent and so aware of how things should be done, it really makes me question every theory. I mean, we've gone through a lot of theories.
Well,
we've talked about it for an hour about theories.
I mean, it's hard for me because that assumes that Chuck is the one who went overboard.
It is.
Because every time we say, yeah, but she really knew what she was doing, it's like, yeah, but accidents happen. And if she was the one who went overboard, he may have, been a little trained, but
he obviously didn't have the indoctrination that she did.
Right. He didn't grow up around it. And, again, I know I reference this all the time, every time, stuff like that.
Are you going to talk about cruise ship?
Well, a little bit. I mean, there are a lot of mysteries that I don't really want to cover because I think that person just went overboard and they're cruise ship related.
Yeah.
And people are always like, oh, no, that person couldn't possibly have gone overboard. And it's like, no, people go overboard all the time. And I know that sounds really insensitive. I know that sounds horrible, but it is true.
That's why
people
they had these
go
things
overboard.
They have these things on sailboats and boats and stuff that are called safety straps.
Yeah.
So when you're on deck, you got this strap on you, so you won't fall overboard.
So you will not go overboard.
Yeah. If you do go overboard, at least you've got this rope to help yourself, stay attached to your boat, maybe get back on board.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things that was always dangerous until we got into the modern motor power boat age. Is that sailors used to get washed over in storms all the time?
I mean, it just happens, and I know that sounds awful, and I know that it's hard to accept because it's I guess it's easier somehow to think, well, I got abducted or like he murdered her. But the fact of the matter is people go overboard and then people make bad decisions to get their loved ones back, and it just happens.
Yeah, there is a popular theory out there about this one, is that Chuck murdered her, whether accidentally or not, and that he actually survived and he's actually living under a false identity somewhere.
That's silly.
Well, it is. It is a little silly, but the supporting evidence is this. I'm not saying this is true because I doubt it very, very much. But supporting evidence is that his family was not all that excited about going out and searching for him, unlike her family, unlike Lana's family. And they were a little too quick to get him declared legally dead.
So let me address that.
And again, I'm not buying this theory.
So I'll actually address the thing that happened that has drawn a little bit of internet scorn against his family.
Yeah.
Is that what comes out is that somebody came to his family and said, "Hey, I've got a helicopter. I'll go search for your son. I'll let you use it to go search for your son. And all you have to do is pay for the cost of fuel."
Which was how much?
Well, helicopter fuel isn't cheap. It's more than it costs per gallon to put it in your car. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, I can understand why his family's like, I don't think I can pay for that.
It might be his family.
And that always, people always say, well, obviously they're hiding something because they didn't want to just pour everything they had into the search. Aviation fuel is not cheap.
Well, more than that, I mean, not only do you think it's the cost of the helicopter, I mean, it's just, they may just be very pragmatic about it.
Or they may be very private and they just don't want to be out in the limelight.
They might be afraid of heights, even. I mean, I don't know, but...
I get where you're going with that, but I just mean they may not want to just be out on the boat. They just want to stay together and see what happens and let the professionals... do their job.
That's us.
There's that, and also I don't know exactly when this person with the chopper approached them, and if that was like a week or two after. Do you know when it was?
I think it was within a week or within the week.
It might have been. I mean, generally speaking, if somebody
the Coast Guard was already searching in helicopters.
Yeah, they were already searching a lot
for free.
And, if a week has gone by or even several days has gone by and there's no sign of them, it's like, well, kind of,
It's a little too late.
Yeah, time to stick a fork in it, really. Hate to say it, but yeah.
Yeah, so I personally, I don't have a preferred theory on this one because I feel like it could be a bajillion different things.
I like the killer rabbit theory.
I think my preferred theory is, as jaded and awful as it sounds, is some sort of accident. I don't think there was an intention either way. I think they both went over, and it's just...
What happened?
What happened.
Pretty much. Okay. I think so, too.
All right.
What about foul play? Let me think. Foul play.
No.
Yeah, no. Okay, no.
Well, if you want to see any of the links that we have available for the research that we did, we will put up some of that on the website, of course, as we always do. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We are available in a lot of different places. You can, of course, stream or download from the website itself. We're on iTunes, so if you use iTunes, do take the time to subscribe, leave us a rating, and a review, positive preferably. But
obviously,
if you've got issues, please, something that's bothering you, put it in a forum where we can have a conversation, because you can't have a conversation in a comment on iTunes. Send us an email. But we're available on most of the streaming services. The one that comes to mind at the moment is Google Play, because that's where we're getting a whole bunch of new listeners from.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what about the Twitter? Are we on the Twitter?
We are on the Twitter. We're Thinking Sideways without the G in the middle. Devin is quite busy on that.
Right now.
Yeah, you guys don't know this, but she's constantly on her phone.
We are on Facebook. We have the Facebook page and the Facebook group. So we're always busy on that. There's a lot of activity there, which is a lot of fun.
Yep.
We have a subreddit, which is our / Thinking Sideways. Is it /
Just Thinking Sideways.
Thinking Sideways. Okay. We're going to just take the
If
R.
you use Reddit,
I no longer
you
use
know.
R's, so it's just Thinking Sideways.
Yep.
We do, as we said, have the email address if you've got concerns or feedback, or you've got questions or suggestions, or just generally want to talk with us. Send us an email. That is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
We get a lot of emails, and we will respond to every single one of them, but it might take us a couple of days.
Sometimes it gets a little busy. We're all a little busy at work these days, so it's when you can find time, we do find time.
But we always do. Time. Yeah.
We always do. If you want to support the show, we would appreciate that, but it is by no means a requirement. We do appreciate everybody who has contributed to the show. There's a number of ways to do that. We've got merchandise available. There's a link for that on the website for T-shirts, phone cases, mugs, stickers, all that kind of stuff. If you're into that, it's all there. If you want to make a donation to the show, you can do that in two forms. You can go and use PayPal to make a one-time donation, or if you want to make a ongoing contribution, you can do that via Patreon. Patreon is a reoccurring basis. It's based on every episode. You say how much you want to give per, and every time we put an episode, that's what you're going to get charged for.
And
so
by the
keep
way,
that in mind.
And by the way, if we throw up a short or something like that, we don't.
Oh yeah, no, not everything is. You know, we put up interviews and stuff like that. We never charge for that kind of stuff. But be aware, it is an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
That is the only other thing. There's nothing else that I can think of that we need to do at this point.
We've covered all the bases.
Yep. So I think we're going to float out of here. So
if you are Chuck, give us a call or send us an email.
Or if you are a Canadian cigarette smuggling pirate, I'd like to talk to you.
Or if you're the Al-Qaeda guy that's responsible for all this, I want to talk to you too.
Lana!
I just want to make a couple quick announcements before we get started with the show. I literally just got back from the airport. I was fortunate enough to fly down to Atlanta this weekend to join some amazing people at the Southern Podcasters Meetup. I finally got to meet Melissa and Mandy from Moms and Murder. We've been interacting with them since they first started their show, and they say such great things about us, and we're huge fans of theirs. So it was pretty awesome to meet them in person, along with some other great podcasters I met at CrimeCon in Nashville. There was Erica from Southern Fried True Crime, Lauren Brooke from The Fall Line, Nina from Already Gone, Steve from Trace Evidence, Jennifer and Lindsay from Corpus Delicti, and Mo from Targeted. And I want to give a huge thank you to Christy and Larry for all their support and hospitality. It was great seeing all of you and all the fantastic people that came out to show their support for everyone's podcasts. Also, our website had a major overhaul thanks to the talented Lisa from the Secret Lives of Weddings podcast. And if you haven't checked it out, you can at mindsofmadnesspodcast.com. Finally, this episode is pretty special to me. When we were at CrimeCon in Nashville, I got to meet Steve, Devin, and Joe from Thinking Sideways. I really have been a huge fan of their podcast for years. And for those of you who are familiar with their show, know that Team Sideways just recently wrapped up their podcast and have stopped producing content on a regular basis. We talked about doing an episode together, and when Stephanie Moore from our cleaners team came to us with a huge and incredible script on the American Beauty murder, we asked them to record with us. Luckily, they got their parts in before they closed up shop, and I really want to give a special thank you to Devin, Steve, and Joe for helping us with this project. It really was a huge thrill for me to work with you. This episode turned out to be a little longer than our regular episodes, so we broke it into 2 parts. But you won't have to wait long for the next episode, as we plan to release it in around 24 hours. Again, thanks for listening, and on with the show.
The opinions expressed in the following episode do not necessarily reflect those of the Minds of Madness podcast. Listener discretion is advised.
A toxicologist with the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office convicted of poisoning her husband and trying to make it look like a suicide with a scene from a popular movie of that time. The victim was her husband, Greg DeVillers. She had claimed he was depressed over the disintegration of their brief marriage and committed suicide. There was a wedding picture propped up near his body. He was found lying on their bed, red rose petals sprinkled about, reminiscent of a scene from the Academy Award-winning movie American Beauty. There's also a $100 million civil suit judgment against her for the parents. They don't expect to see any of that money, but At least they don't want her to profit from this either.
On the evening of November 6, 2000, in La Jolla, California, a distraught 24-year-old woman by the name of Kristen Rossum made a frantic 911 call to report that her 26-year-old husband, Greg DeVillers, wasn't breathing. When paramedics arrived at the young couple's home, they found Greg on the bedroom floor, surrounded by rose petals, and their wedding photo placed by his head. He was still warm to the touch, but unresponsive. At 10:19 p.m., Greg DeVillers was pronounced. Kristen tearfully explained to the responding officer that Greg had been ill the previous day and had overdosed on medication. As Officer Garcia searched the apartment for signs of drugs or a suicide note, he found only a bottle of cough syrup and a Ziploc bag containing a shredded note. Kristen told the officer that it was a love letter from another man and that Greg had spent the weekend trying to piece it back together. If Greg had committed suicide, what had he used to kill himself? And how had he managed to carefully surround himself with rose petals? Join me now as we take a look back into the suspicious death of Greg DeVillers, how these two star-crossed lovers' paths came together, and what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly joyful marriage.
On October 25th, 1976, in Memphis, Tennessee, a beautiful baby girl was born to parents Ralph and Constance Rossum. Kristen had been born into a family of wealth and prestige. Her parents were both accomplished, self-driven academics, Ralph, a political science professor, and Constance, a marketing researcher. Later, they had two more children, Kristen's younger brothers, Brent and Pierce. The Rossums appeared to be the perfect family. As a child, Kristen was strikingly beautiful, and her mother decided to devote the next years of her life to establishing a modeling career for her. But Kristen had other ideas. Soon after seeing a performance of the Nutcracker in Chicago, Kristen decided she wanted to give up modeling for ballet. Her parents did not object. As the Rossum family moved around the Midwest following various career opportunities that came up for Mr. Rossum, Kristen's talent for ballet continued. To the people around her, Kristen came across as highly intelligent, talented, and stunningly beautiful. However, internally, Kristen struggled with self-esteem. She felt like a failure who repeatedly disappointed herself and her parents. At 5 foot 2 inches tall, Kristen often felt physically inadequate in comparison to the other ballet dancers who were taller, leaner, and more flexible. It's possible that these feelings of inadequacy later became the driving force behind the future self-destructive behavior. In 1983, her father, Professor Ralph Rossum, Ph.D., was handpicked by the Reagan administration to act as a consultant in the field of juvenile crime. It was said that Professor Rossum was the author of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No to Drugs campaign. This prestigious position was equal to that of the Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Dr. Rossum became a recognized expert in his field, maintaining friendships with many high-powered associates, including Supreme Court Justice Scalia. In 1984, the Rossum family relocated to Claremont, California, where Kristen's father accepted a tenured position at Claremont McKenna Colleges. Claremont, a small, affluent community, consisted mostly of white, highly educated residents. Known for its picturesque, tree-lined streets and small-town feel, it was often compared to the fictional town in the movie Pleasantville. Kristen's parents, both devoted Episcopalians, expected their children to be driven, disciplined, and successful in all of their pursuits. As a young girl, Kristen excelled in both ballet and academics, consistently bringing home straight A's. At the age of 14, Kristen, still pursuing her love for dance, obtained the coveted role as the Sugar Plum Fairy in a professional performance of The Nutcracker. Later, in 1991, Kristen auditioned and was awarded a spot in the prestigious summer program with the Boston Ballet.
That fall, her father Ralph accepted a temporary guest position at a private liberal arts school in Southern Virginia so that Kristen could attend boarding school 60 miles away while continuing to pursue her dance with the prestigious Richmond Ballet Troupe. During that time, Kristen suffered a bad fall, causing her to tear several ligaments in her ankle. Unfortunately, she pushed herself to return back to dance before she had completely healed, which caused her to develop a chronic stress fracture. As the stress fracture was repeatedly re-injured, Kristen was eventually forced to give up dance.
Around this time, Kristen, now 15, started drinking, smoking, and doing drugs. She quickly learned that there were unexpected benefits to drug use. They allowed her to stay up late and study while also helping her to stay thin. Usually weighing between 100 and 110 pounds, Kristen started to fixate on her weight. Around 16 years of age and no longer dancing, her mother and brothers started to notice that Kristen seemed sad. They had attributed her sadness to the loss of her ability to dance. While her grades were still good, her behavior continued to change. One day, her brother found a pipe, razor blades, and small mirror in Kristen's bedroom. He showed it to his mother. Naive and unaware of drug paraphernalia, Constance was clueless as to their meanings. Eventually, as her grades began to slip, the Rossums decided that perhaps Kristen just needed space from their constant attention. As Kristen was granted more independence, she started to forge new relationships with a group of kids who liked to party. It was her new friends who introduced her to the euphoria of inhaling crystal meth. As her weight and grades both began to plummet, Kristen soon realized that she needed meth on a daily basis just to maintain a feeling of normalcy. She had open sores on her hands and face from constant picking and scratching. Finally, suspecting that Kristen might have a drug problem, Constance searched her daughter's bedroom and discovered a hidden box containing white powder, a glass pipe, and razor blades. No longer naive, the Rossums confronted Kristen about her drug use. The discussion quickly escalated into a physical altercation between Kristen and her parents. During the argument, Constance slapped Kristen, who then ran into the kitchen and attempted to cut her wrists with a knife. After Kristen's father wrestled the knife out of her hands, Kristen ran off and locked herself in the bathroom, where she began repeatedly making superficial cuts to her wrists. According to reports, her parents had decided not to seek medical or psychological attention because the cuts hadn't been that deep. Having been caught, Kristen promised to stop doing drugs, and surprisingly, life for the Rossums quickly returned back to normal. However, it didn't take long before Kristen's old patterns began to resurface. Kristen's mother had finally had enough and contacted Officer Horowitz to have Kristen arrested for being under the influence of an illegal substance. Kristen was booked, fingerprinted, photographed, and ultimately released into her parents' custody. The Rossums, with their continued pattern of denial, decided the real problem with Kristen wasn't a drug problem, but rather it was a location problem. They decided the best solution was to have Kristen graduate early, then move 30 miles away to the University of Redlands in California. After her first semester, Kristen was doing so well that her parents decided to allow her to move into the dorm. With her new-gained freedom, Kristen immediately fell back into drug habits, and her grades started to slip again. Eventually, campus police discovered drugs in her dorm room and she was expelled from the university. Ashamed of her physical appearance and relapse, Kristen didn't want to face her parents and their inevitable disappointment. When her boyfriend came to take her home from Christmas break, she was nowhere to be found. Her parents immediately suspected her disappearance had something to do with drugs.
On Christmas night, Kristen phoned her boyfriend and asked her to meet him at a hotel in Redlands. She told him she'd been staying with various friends for the past 2 weeks she'd been missing. While he was showering, Kristen emptied his wallet, which contained $200, and caught a train to the San Diego Mexican border. Kristen was on the hunt for meth.
While crossing the pedestrian bridge into Tijuana, Kristen ran into Greg DeVillers and his 2 brothers, Jerome and Bertrand. The DeVillers brothers were just about to push through the second turnstile when Kristen Rossum dropped her leather jacket, sparking a fateful conversation. Since Kristen was traveling alone, Greg readily invited her to tag along with them. After crossing the border, the 4 of them took a cab into a popular Tijuana tourist destination lined with bars and dance clubs. As Kristen and the DeViller brothers hopped from bar to bar, it quickly became apparent that Kristen and Greg were attracted to each other. By 2 a.m., Kristen and the brothers headed back over the border to the U.S. where Greg's car was parked. Greg invited Kristen back to his 2-bedroom apartment that he shared with his brother Jerome and another roommate. Kristen did not object. Meanwhile, back in Claremont, California, Kristen's parents discovered she'd missed her finals, and by the day after Christmas, they had filed a missing persons report with campus police. The intake report stated that Kristen's boyfriend had last seen her on the morning of December 26th. However, because Kristen was now 18, the report read that she was a voluntarily missing adult. An entire month went by before the Rossums heard from Kristen again. When she finally did call her parents, it was to share that she'd met a nice young man, was working 3 jobs, and had turned her life around. Greg then lent Kristen his car so she could go see her parents. It was an emotional reunion that ended with promises and apologies. Next, Kristen drove to meet her boyfriend, the one she had deserted at the hotel and stolen money from on Christmas Day. Her boyfriend heard an elaborate tale about Kristen being kidnapped at gunpoint by white slavers in Mexico and driven around in the trunk of a car. She told him that after she'd escaped, she'd met a nice man who helped her get back in the country. She assured him, however, that it was a platonic relationship. Kristen's parents, relieved to hear about their daughter's recovery, drove down to San Diego the following weekend to meet the wonderful new man who had saved their daughter's life. Before her parents arrived, Kristen had coached Greg to lie and tell them she was living with a coworker. Seeming to be in a healthier place, the Rossums talked Kristen into resuming college and immediately helped her apply to San Diego State University as a freshman. The University of Redlands admission and expulsion from her application. After paying for her tuition, books, and giving Kristen rent money, her parents also bought her a car. To the Rossums, Greg was the saving angel who had brought Kristen back to them. But while Greg only saw perfection in Kristen, his brother and roommate witnessed a different side to her, one that was a liar and manipulative and a drug addict. Shortly after Kristen moved into Greg's apartment, things started disappearing, such as jewelry, credit cards, checks, and family heirloom rings. Greg blamed the thefts on Jerome's friends, and Jerome blamed Kristen. When confronted, Kristen admitted to taking the items and begged for help to get off drugs. Jerome wanted her out immediately, but Greg would not hear of it. He had fallen in love with her, and it had made it his mission to help her. While Greg and Jerome threw a party, Kristen spent the entire evening in the other roommate's lap. When someone asked if they were a couple, she burst into tears, asking the roommate to privately speak with her on the balcony. She tearfully admitted to being in love with the roommate and felt they were meant to be together. The roommate declined her offer, which prompted him and Jerome to move out of the apartment. They both hoped Greg would eventually see Kristen for the manipulator that she was.
That next summer, 6 months after their fateful meeting, Greg told Ralph Rossum he wanted to marry his daughter. Kristen's parents encouraged the couple to finish college first, which they both reluctantly agreed to. It was at this time they finally discovered that Kristen and Greg had actually been living together since the night they had met. While the Rossums were disappointed, they decided to put their thoughts on premarital sex aside and paid for Kristen and Greg to move into another apartment in the upscale area of La Jolla, California. They were pleased with Kristen's turnaround and decided to help the couple by paying for their rent. Kristen was majoring in chemistry and had become a straight A student again. Constance took Greg aside and made him promise to tell her if Kristen ever relapsed on drugs. Greg assured her he would.
Greg, like Kristen, came from a well-educated suburban family. Greg was the oldest of 3 American-born sons to French parents, Yves and Marie-France Tremolte de Villers. Greg and his brothers grew up in Southern California in a bilingual home speaking fluent French. Yves and Marie had an explosive marriage with numerous allegations of physical violence, dual restraining orders, and financial control issues. The marriage eventually ended in divorce. Marie moved herself and the boys into an apartment in Palm Springs, California, and Greg got a job at 16 to help provide for the family. Despite Yves, their father, being a prominent plastic surgeon with a practice in Monte Carlo, Monaco, and Thousand Oaks, California, he often claimed to have financial problems. Back in the 1980s, he was required to pay child and alimony support in the amount of $1,400, but somehow always managed to find a way to avoid doing so. Despite the lack of funds, the boys still had opportunity to play tennis, swim in the apartment complex pool, and ride dirt bikes in the desert right outside their front door. All 3 boys had part-time jobs while in school, and after graduating from Palm Springs High School, put themselves to work through college.
By the end of summer 1997, Kristen and Greg had been together for 2.5 years and appeared to be happily married with promising futures. On June 4th, Kristen applied for a student internship position at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, where she was interviewed and hired on the spot. Within a few short months, Kristen was given additional responsibilities, including drug screening, sending drugs out for analysis, and drug sample preparation. She thrived in this environment and quickly decided her future was in forensic toxicology. Kristen's early reviews were filled with praise, and she was seen as very bright and a diligent worker who learned fast and was dependable. As there was no background check required for a student intern position, no one from the medical examiner's office would have ever discovered she was a former drug addict. As such, she was given free rein to do the samples of hard drugs, including meth and heroin. At first, Kristen was able to avoid the temptation, but unfortunately, that wouldn't last.
In May 1999, Kristen graduated with honors, and a few days later she was invited to her first professional toxicology conference. That year, the conference was held in San Diego, where she met some leading forensic toxicologists. Later that year, Kristen's mentor at the medical examiner's office, Frank Barnhart, left to work for the San Diego Sheriff's Crime Lab. He encouraged Kristen to apply for a job there too, promising to give her a good recommendation. She admitted on the application to having been arrested and jailed for possession and being under the influence of a controlled substance. She also admitted to using meth between 30 to 40 times between the years of 1993 and 1995. Her mother would later state she went overboard with her honesty. She was rejected by the sheriff's department as unsuitable. In February 2000, Kristen submitted her official application to become a full-time toxicologist at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office. This time, her mother made sure she wasn't overly honest in her application, and she was readily offered the job. In addition to the easy access to illegal narcotics, she was also given a key to the office, allowing her unsupervised access. The same month Kristen started at the medical examiner's office, Greg graduated from UCSD and began looking for full-time work. He quickly found a job with a biotech firm, working for the company's vice president, Dr. Stefan Grunwald, as his assistant. Greg was quickly promoted, and when Dr. Grunwald left for his own startup in cancer research, his first employee was Greg DeVillers. The new job was demanding, giving Greg and Kristen little time for their relationship. Greg's professional life was going well, and there were plans to send him to law school at the company's expense to become an in-house attorney. Greg was the first to arrive each day and the last to leave, being described as the company's most positive person.
With both Kristen and Greg gainfully employed and succeeding in their careers, Greg and Kristen set a wedding date for later that year. Outwardly, Kristen praised Greg as her soulmate and savior to friends and family. Inwardly, she craved passion and excitement from outside sources. Unbeknownst to Greg, Kristen had secretly begun to engage in sexual relationships with coworkers, fellow students, and men from her past.
In the dark about their daughter's restlessness, the Rossums began planning for their daughter's upcoming wedding. It was set for June 5th, and Constance was making all the arrangements. She had already booked and paid for a prestigious location for the private ceremony and reception. As the months went on, Constance had the entire wedding day planned with military precision. While her mother was finalizing wedding plans, Kristen was still carrying on an affair with a man who had just left San Diego for a job in New York. Kristen began having second thoughts about her upcoming nuptials. Kristen told her mother that although she loved Greg, she wasn't sure she was in love with him. Kristen's mother thought it was just a case of cold feet and didn't think it was a good idea to cancel the wedding. On Saturday, June 5th, 1999, on a perfect sunny day, Greg and Kristen were married in front of family and friends. None of Kristen's high school or college friends were in attendance, and she had no bridesmaids. But what Kristen lacked in friends, she made up for with family. Later, Dr. Rossum would remark, "It was a perfect wedding for a perfect couple." 2 weeks after returning from their magical honeymoon, Kristen was emailing her secret boyfriend and professing her love to him. While making plans to continue her affair, Greg was immediately making plans for children. Kristen told Greg that any plans for children would need to be put on hold, and it soon became a major issue between the newlyweds. Kristen would later say she was becoming more confident as a person, and this was a threat to Greg. In early September, Kristen became fixated with the movie American Beauty and telling friends it was her favorite. By Christmas, Kristen had moved on from her secret boyfriend and embarked on a new passionate affair.
While Kristen was busy juggling 2 secret boyfriends and her husband, she became enamored with a tall, handsome, married 30-year-old Australian doctor named Michael Robertson. Dr. Robertson had just been hired at the medical examiner's office as her new boss and the chief toxicologist. From the moment they met, sparks began to fly.
Dr. Michael Robertson was the golden boy of international forensic science and had the good looks to go with the title. After graduating from Australia's Monash University with a PhD, Dr. Robinson worked at the coroner's office in Melbourne, where he was soon on the fast track to success. Dr. Robertson was soon offered a prestigious position with the National Medical Service. He and his wife then emigrated to America to start their new life. Despite his outward perfection, Dr. Robertson had a dark secret. Within a few months of moving to America, Dr. Robertson began a relationship with a close personal friend of his wife's, along with another female employee. Dr. Robertson was ambitious and joined the Society of Forensic Toxicologists, commonly referred to as SOFT, and became a regular presenter at their annual meetings, befriending some of the nation's most distinguished toxicologists. He was a rising star in the field. He was well liked and described as the life and soul of the party during the many conference social events.
In early 2000, Dr. Robertson was offered the position of Forensic Laboratory Manager at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office, and he and his wife moved into the affluent area of La Jolla, just a few blocks away from Kristen and Greg.
Within a few days of his arrival in the office, Kristen was going out of her way to spend as much time with her new boss as she possibly could. According to coworkers, there appeared to be a mutual attraction between the two. His new office had a perfect view of Kristen's desk, and she would be in his office constantly. It wasn't long before the two were going to lunch every day and meeting outside of work. Their obvious office romance quickly created resentment among the other toxicologists, who felt Kristen was getting preferential treatment. In May of 2000, Dr. Robertson invited Kristen to accompany him to the May conference of the California Association of Toxicologists, commonly referred to as CAT, in Anaheim, California, about a 2-hour drive from San Diego. His friend, Dr. Daniel Anderson from the LA County Coroner's Office, was organizing the event. Kristen, along with Dr. Robertson and fellow coworkers, attended the CAT conference together. Kristen attempted to avoid any impression of impropriety to minimize further office gossip. But that intention lasted approximately 1 day. Back at their hotel, Kristen and Dr. Robertson consummated their romance for the first time and decided not only did they have a future together, but they were destined for one another. Within days of the conference, their fling moved quickly into a passionate love affair. A week later, Kristen and Dr. Robertson began exchanging gifts and roses. When they came back to the office from lunch, they would enter within minutes of each other, sometimes freshly showered. On May 15th, the first in a long series of passionate emails between the two started. Sitting just a few feet away from each other, they would exchange long, flowery emails. Dr. Robertson wrote from his office, "The deepest love is being able to let down all barriers and give yourself to another who has done the same. This is what I feel for you." An hour later, a reply came from Kristen. "You're a beautiful person and an inspiration to me. I want nothing more than to give my all to you. My life, my love, my world." Their exchanges were straight out of a romance novel. That day's exchange of love notes ended with Dr. Robertson telling Kristen that he loved her. Her reply, "I'll be thinking of you and all our future has to offer. I can't wait for it to begin." That same day, Kristen was simultaneously sending emails to Greg stating that she loved him more than anything in the world and asked him if he could email her more often. 20 minutes later, she emailed Dr. Robertson telling him she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him.
The following day, she emailed her brother Brent to tell him she had doubts with Greg's ability to be a true life companion. She accused their parents of pushing her into the marriage because they had spent so much time and money on the wedding. She described Greg as unsupportive and said the most significant reason to remain in the marriage was to not disappoint their parents. The following week, both oblivious to the office gossip, Kristen and Dr. Robertson spent most of their working days writing ever more passionate emails to one another. Kristen stated she wanted to leave Greg and move to Australia to marry Robertson.
By Thursday morning of that week, the two were so indiscreet that Dr. Robertson's immediate boss found it necessary to address the rumors directly. He said, "I spoke to them about reports that were reaching me that there might be improper relationships between Robertson and Kristen. I told him we could not have a relationship in the senior subordinate chain of command, and it would be deleterious to the morale of that division." Dr. Robertson vehemently denied the rumors and immediately sent Kristen an email telling her to delete all of their emails, as they wouldn't be well received by office snoops. Later that afternoon, Robertson's boss called both him and Kristen into his office, asking that they avoid being in close proximity to one another as it made other coworkers uncomfortable. Part of Kristen's job had including logging all of the illicit drugs found at death scenes before they were disposed of by the sheriff's office. It was the absolute worst place for a recovering drug addict to be working. It was later determined that illegal drugs were kept in such a disorganized and unsecure manner that any toxicologist working at the medical examiner's office could remove drugs intended for destruction with impunity. Kristen later admitted to smoking meth at the medical examiner's office during work hours in the high-pressure liquid chromatography room because the strong smell was quickly dissipated by the vented machine. Even Dr. Robertson would later agree that the office system for drug storage was woefully inadequate. However, it would be another 6 months before he discovered how Kristen was using the system's weaknesses to support her drug addiction. Dr. Robertson was soon promoted to the position of chief toxicologist. He would now be in charge of all toxicology work at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's office. Kristen was delighted and hid a congratulations card in his desk. Dr. Robertson would regularly place gifts and roses in a box under his desk with love letters for Kristen to find. They would continually give each other different colored roses with long, passionate love letters about the various meanings of the colors. Roses would become a special language of love between the two, each color signifying a different emotion. Kristen saved many of the rose petals in her desk.
In June, Dr. Robertson was summoned to a meeting with the medical examiner, Dr. Brian Blackburn, and San Diego homicide detective Terry Torgerson. It was explained that a death from 5 years earlier, which had been ruled an overdose, was in fact allegedly caused by a fentanyl overdose. As the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office didn't test for fentanyl, Dr. Robertson had sent it out to his old employer in Pennsylvania. It would later be claimed that Kristen and Dr. Robertson made use of the facts that fentanyl was not part of the regular tox screening for opioids conducted by their office.
The newly promoted Dr. Robertson decided that the upcoming SOFT conference would be a good opportunity for another romantic getaway, and arranged to have Kristen in attendance to co-present a paper, of which he was the primary author. However, everything changed in mid-July when Greg found one of Robertson's love letters. Kristen admitted to having strong feelings for the doctor, but denied anything physical was going on. Greg telephoned Dr. Robertson, whom he had recently met at a social function, and demanded he have no further inappropriate interactions with his wife. He also threatened to call the medical examiner and reveal their affair. To Kristen's relief, he didn't do that. But despite these warnings, the affair not only continued, it heated up. In mid-September, Kristen started writing a journal of, quote, self-discovery, unquote. However, she never mentioned in her diary her relapse with drugs or her love affair with Dr. Robertson. Later, prosecutors would claim it to be a cliché-ridden journal, written for the sole purpose of deceiving Greg into believing her to be faithful and drug-free. In mid-September, she had lunch with her mother, explaining her desire to leave Greg. Her mother was supportive and offered to help her move out that very day. She told her mother she was apartment hunting and planned to leave Greg in early November. Kristen and Dr. Robertson headed to the SOFT conference, having booked just one room for the two of them. Later, they would alter hotel receipts and be reimbursed for 2 rooms out of the medical examiner's budget. Once they arrived, they were given materials that included an 8-page article on fentanyl written by Dr. Daniel Anderson from the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office, entitled 25 Deaths on Fentanyl. A few days later, they would both attend a presentation at the conference on fentanyl overdoses resulting in unintentional death or suicide. Later, Kristen's old friend Frank Barnhart, who had hired her for the medical examiner's office and had tried to hire her at the sheriff's department, commented she wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the conference. Dr. Robertson and Kristen then announced that they were now a happy couple, explaining they were in love with each other and in unhappy marriages with other people. Dr. Anderson said he wasn't surprised but didn't approve and thought it unfair to their respective spouses. Kristen followed him out of the reception hall, teary-eyed, saying how much she and Dr. Robertson valued him as a friend and respected his position. He said he didn't want to be part of a drama-filled scene, so he tried to avoid her the rest of the night.
Kristen returned back to San Diego more in love than ever from Greg, by whatever means necessary. From the moment Greg picked her up from the airport after returning from the conference, the arguments between them began. Greg became suspicious that his wife had had a relapse on drugs and searched Kristen's purse. Greg found 3 different types of drugs. In an angry email, Kristen attempted to explain away each of the pills he found as something innocent. She accused Greg of violating her trust by searching through her purse and even alleged she wanted Greg to find the pills to prove a point that he doesn't trust her.
On October 25, 2000, Kristen celebrated her 24th birthday. The night before, Dr. Robertson hid roses and chocolate in her desk. Her husband gave her 24 red roses. Kristen, running low on meth, and also the funds to obtain it, began looking into alternative sources to maintain her daily habit. That day at work, she made several web searches on how to synthesize meth. That evening, she logged onto Greg's computer at home and conducted searches on, quote, making crystal meth easy, unquote. That same evening, Dr. Robertson wrote Kristen a 2.5-page letter urging her to make a lifelong commitment to him and hinting he would leave her and move on if she didn't act now. The whole situation was playing out like a soap opera. On the Friday before Greg's death, Kristen became obsessed with obtaining more meth. She continued web searches for making the drug. In desperation, she took an extended lunch, crossed over the border, and met a local taxi driver in Tijuana who instantly became her drug dealer. He gave her his card and told her in the future to call him directly, and he would meet her at the bridge with her drugs. On Thursday, November 2nd, Kristen alleges she was at home reading a love letter from Dr. Robertson when Greg caught her. After he wrestled the letter out of her hands and read it, he then accused Kristen of being on drugs again. She stated, quote, he almost struck me. He read the letter and was infuriated by it and was storming around, unquote. Kristen grabbed the letter and attempted to shred it. According to Kristen, Greg snatched it from the shredder and attempted to tape it back together. At one point, Greg allegedly became so incensed that he threatened to take the letter to the medical examiner and reveal her affair along with her drug relapse.
The next day, Kristen stopped smoking meth in the event that Greg went to her boss and she was asked to take a drug test. She then went to Dr. Robertson's office and told him about Greg's ultimatum.
That evening, Kristen's parents took Greg and Kristen out to dinner for Greg's upcoming 27th birthday and Kristen's 24th birthday. The Rossums would later say that Greg was acting odd that night. Kristen's mom tried to talk her into leaving with them that night, but unbeknownst to her parents, Kristen had a plan of her own. Greg's threat to expose her affair and drug relapse had scared her. Meanwhile, Greg was at home tending his hangover from the drinks his wife had given him the night before. During a phone call that morning with his brother Bertrand, he complained of feeling tired and hungover. This phone call with his youngest brother would be the last contact he would have with anyone other than Kristen.
At 9 p.m. on Sunday night, Kristen left the apartment to call Dr. Robertson. This call lasted just a few minutes, and prosecutors believe this call sealed Greg's fate. Stay tuned for part 2, where we will unravel how the sordid love affair between Kristen Rossum and Dr. Robertson ignited more than a fiery passion between them, but escalated to involve a plan that would permanently remove Greg DeVillers from the equation. A scandalous case that would later become known as the American Beauty Murder. There's a few people we really have to thank for helping put this episode together. Firstly, and most importantly, Devin, Steve, and Joe from the podcast Thinking Sideways. I've been a huge fan of their show, and I can't tell you how exciting it was for me to work with them. Sawyer Westbrook and the team from Resonate Recordings for their assistance in editing this show. And finally, a special thanks to Stephanie Moore, who researched and wrote this episode. Now, at this part of the show, I normally say, I'd like to introduce 2 podcasts, but I kind of have a feeling you already know them. They're huge supporters of our show, and we think the world of them. The Generation Y podcast.
How you doing tonight, Aaron?
I'm doing fine, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing great. We are the Generation Y, and we've been around quite a while.
Since 2012.
We've been doing true crime, murder mysteries, conspiracies,
controversies,
wrongful convictions,
missing persons cases,
anything and everything under the sun. Here's what you can expect.
They didn't know it, but they were 1,000 feet or so from where these 3 girls were being held captive.
When he brings these young ladies back to his house,
they would have this chain wrapped around their neck and their stomachs.
And they're beaten.
Under the control of a psycho. I mean, he lied about everything. Now you can't trust anything he's done.
I think this is anyone's worst nightmare.
These women were killed in one place and then taken and dumped somewhere else.
That chaos, that unpredictability made him so terrorizing.
The strongest evidence they have is the eyewitness testimony of a 6-year-old boy.
He placed his body underneath the house. I think this is less of a story about a monster and more of a story about survival.
We're Generation Y. Look us up on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app, and hit the subscribe button.
And they walk among us.
Walk Among Us is an award-winning true crime podcast. From the sinister and surreal to the brutal and bizarre, join us to hear more on the UK's most notorious and obscure crimes. Featuring well-known cases like the life and crimes of the UK's most violent inmate Charles Bronson, to the sad tale of the Gibbons twins whose string of petty crimes would lead them to be trapped in Broadmoor for 11 years before their eventual release ended in tragedy. We also cover lesser-known cases like the woman who murdered a husband with an ornamental frog and kept him mummified in her shed for 18 years, or the teenager that used his elaborate online fantasy life to plot his own murder. Listen and subscribe to They Walk Among Us through Acast, Apple Podcasts, or your favourite podcast provider.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by that tiny saw they use to cut toothpicks. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast.
Woohoo!
I am Devin, joined per usual by
Joe
and
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we get into this mystery, this is part of our summer series. Basically, we're doing shorter kind of episodes to allow us to enjoy our summer a little bit because we've been doing this for a long time.
3 years now.
3 years now. And also give us some... Yeah, really. We thought we were dead after, 6 months. But
Yeah.
you guys just keep listening to us.
I cut it out.
Yeah, really. Just kidding. Don't do that. But it's going to give us also time to work on some of those bigger cases that we've been hoping to work on, which is pretty good. Yeah? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
summer series. Yeah. Tonight we're going to talk about a mystery, which has a few different names. We're going to call it Gloomy Sunday. This was a listener suggestion from Mariana, I think is how you say it. So thank you.
Thanks, Mariana.
That was in 2015.
It wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago. It was only
today.
a year ago.
Mm.
Yeah.
But Gloomy Sunday has another name, doesn't it?
It does. It's also known as the Hungarian suicide song. Ooh, do-do-do-do. Gloomy Sunday is a rough translation of the original song, and it's actually the second incarnation of the song.
It's a cover or a remix almost.
Almost. It's just different lyrics. What happened was in 1932 or 33, a Hungarian pianist by the name of Risos Sirsh is, I think, how you say it.
Sirsh, maybe? Yeah, that's a
I
hard one.
listened to a lot of different pronunciations of it, and they all kind of sounded like Risos Sirsh. So I'm just going to say it like that,
good,
and
Risos
this is
Sirsh.
the only time I'm going to say his name.
That was probably the best pronunciation yet.
Yeah. And this is no offense to, the Hungarian language or anything. That's just what it sounded like to me online.
Yeah.
So sorry if I got that wrong. Anyway, he composed the music for this song, and then he also wrote some original lyrics for the song. And he titled this particular song, "The World Is Ending."
That's not depressing.
No. A few years after that, a poet decided that he could probably do better at the lyrics. So he rewrote them and retitled the song Gloomy Sunday. And it sounds like the composer was kind of in on the whole thing.
Was he?
He seemed to think, yeah, okay, these are fine.
Okay, so he didn't have a problem with somebody applying new lyrics to his...
It didn't sound like it. I think what happened is he wrote the song and he really liked the composition, but he wrote lyrics even though he wasn't a lyricist. And then somebody heard it and said, hey, you know what? Actually, let me try and compose some good lyrics for this. And he was like, okay, fine.
Have at it, dude.
It was more like
seemed
probably like, hey, maybe this version will make some money.
Yeah. I mean, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Anyway, Gloomy Sunday, the updated lyrics, was recorded and released in 1935. And as I said, is kind of the more widely accepted version of the song. The song isn't really...
No, we kind of know the history of it. It's very, very obvious.
You can find it on the net. You can listen to it if you can. Be careful.
We'll play a little bit of it in just a second. But the real mystery here is that apparently the song is responsible for at least 19 suicides. So the mystery is, does this song actually drive people to commit suicide?
Well, it is a little depressing.
It is.
It sounds like a dirge when you listen to it.
It's pretty sad.
Well, and furthermore, I want to know is it deadly in only the original language, or is it deadly in all languages?
Well, and we'll talk about all of those things in a minute.
Sweet!
First, we'll talk a little bit more history of the song itself, and also listen to a little bit of the song, and also do a dramatic reading of the lyrics.
Ooh.
Joe has to do the dramatic
reading.
reading.
He's going to.
No, actually, I've actually got William Shatner to show up and do that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been wanting the Shat in studio for so long.
Yeah.
So
I'm waiting for that knock.
we're going to play a little bit of the song, probably about 15 seconds. I guess skip it if you're scared. If you're a little stitious, skip it.
Stitious?
Yeah, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. Okay.
Oh, you kids and your newfangled words.
Anyway, here we go. Here's 15 seconds of the very beginning of this song. You're back. Good.
You made it.
Yay.
Well, hopefully you made it.
You came out the other side.
Yay. Congratulations.
Get that head out of the oven.
I don't know if you can say that enough, but we'll just keep going. So the song that we've been talking about is actually kind of two different songs, and that's not just the little bit that we talked about a second ago. This goes further than that. So the original song, we're just going to say Gloomy Sunday, the 1935 version, original song. Fine. We'll ignore the old lyrics that the composer wrote.
33 version.
We'll ignore that for just a minute.
Okay.
So they didn't drive people to suicide, right?
Well,
that we know of.
I don't know. In 1936, Hal Kemp, he's an American jazz musician. If you don't know who he is, look him up. Awesome artist. Recorded a new kind of Americanized version of the song. And the lyrics were by Desmond Carter, who was worked often with Gershwin and was really just a staple of American music at the time. A few years later, Billie Holiday recorded the same version,
the same
Americanized version. Yeah, exactly. And it became a huge hit.
Actually,
Except
a lot of people really covered this thing.
There have been a ton of versions. I would encourage you, if you are curious, to go out to the Wikipedia page, which I know is everybody's favorite thing that I say, but go out to the Wikipedia page and just look. There were more than I bothered to count.
I actually have a feeling that this is the go-to, we need a 10th track on the record. So, hey, just record this and stick it in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it's a filler. I got to tell you though, I've never really appreciated Billie Holiday that much, and I really liked her version of it.
Yeah. I love Billie Holiday.
What I had expected of it from her, having listened to some of her stuff before, I was like, oh gosh, she actually did a good job.
I should go listen to it. I haven't heard it.
So of note, Billie Holiday did a version of it. Ray Charles did a version of it. Etta Jones. Elvis Costello did a version of it.
Of course, Elvis Costello did a version of it.
Peter Wolf did a cover of it. I think Sinead O'Connor did a version of it. Sarah McLachlan did a cover of it.
Of course, Sarah McLachlan did.
Of course she did. I think even Bjork might have even done a version of it.
That's actually the only version that I'm not a fan of Bjork. How do you say it? By the way, I know I'm screwing it up every time. I want to say Bjork. Is that correct?
I don't know. I just call it Bjork.
I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
But, I actually really liked her version. It was, and I'm not a fan of her work either.
She recorded it for. Do you guys know who? You guys know who Alexander McQueen is?
Not Steve McQueen.
No, Alexander McQueen. He's like one of my favorite fashion designers of all times ever.
That's probably why
I've not heard of him. In 2010, and that's Bjork recorded the Gloomy Sunday for his funeral or his commemoration.
Got it. It's funny is I didn't know it was in the soundtrack of Wrist Cutters. Have you guys seen that movie?
No.
It's just it's a pretty prolific song.
Yeah,
it turns out.
It's Risk Cutters: A Love Story. It's a great movie. That's where I learned the phrase the PIC.
What is the PIC?
The people in charge.
Oh, I like it.
Every
People
now
in
and again,
charge,
you'll
yeah.
hear me. It's got to be the PIC. It's the people in charge.
We've just always glossed over that.
Well, yeah, you two ignored me because you didn't get my reference.
Nobody got it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the interesting thing about Billie Holiday's version of this song is that reportedly the BBC actually banned it from being played on any of their radio stations.
But they banned music in general, didn't they?
No.
I'm making
they're
a joke.
Brits,
the BBC
so like a
loves
little...
to ban things.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, okay, so they said that they cited it was detrimental to
morale.
Yeah, morale, like wartime morale. But don't worry, they have lifted the ban. They lifted it in 2002.
Oh, okay.
So, just when England was really recovering from the war.
The wheels of bureaucracy grind slowly.
Yeah. Well, apparently they didn't grind so slowly when they were banning the thing because it happened pretty immediately.
Right on it.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and just take a moment to listen to Joe dramatically read the lyrics.
Okay, we got to wait for Shat to show up.
So Shatner didn't show up.
All right.
So Joe's going to do it.
Shatner didn't show up, so I'm going to do it, but I'm going to use his voice.
His voice. Okay, so for everyone, this is the original
The
version.
1932.
It's the one that's actually called The World Is Ending. Yeah.
Okay. Autumn is slipping, and the yellowing leaves. He died in the land of human love. Woe is in the autumn wind, crying tears. My art, as a new spring, does not expect nor hope. In vain I cry and suffer in vain, heartless, greedy, and bad people. He died of love. End of the world, the end of hope. Cities are destroyed, shrapnel is making music. People's blood and meadows are colored red. There are dead people on the streets everywhere. Once again, I say another quiet prayer. Sir, people are fallible and make mistakes. It's the end of the world. I thought it wasn't too melodramatic there.
Yeah, you went from Shatner to a bit Irish to then just reading.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the complete and total full range of Joe. I'm impressed.
That's why I'm not an actor.
Yeah. It's so the lyrics are pretty...
For what was going on in the time, it totally makes sense.
Well...
What was going on in the world in general in 32 and 33.
Yeah, and as I understand it, actually, the composer and his girlfriend had just broken up, and he was pretty cut up about it.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the composer or the second composer who had broken up with his girlfriend?
I think it was the composer.
I thought it was the second one who had just gone through a breakup.
Frankly, I don't know. They may have both.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, this composer did seem to be a pretty unhappy guy in general. They called him just like a staunch nationalist. So this song made it big in America, so he had the rights to a lot of royalties in America, but he had to go claim them, and he just refused. He said, no, I'm only going to make money off this in Hungary. It's the only place I'm going to make money off this. And the royalties there were like pretty pitiful. He was kind of, Van Gogh-esque in his time because people kind of liked what he was doing, but he wasn't really collecting royalties, and he basically died in poverty. So
too bad.
He seemed like he was not the happiest of guys anyway. The lyrics that were rewritten so that it became the official Gloomy Sunday version of the song, we should probably listen to those too, because that's the one that was getting played everywhere.
The re-edit?
Yeah. So, Joe, do you want to do the honors again?
Oh, Jesus. Shatner still isn't here. Damn it. On a sad Sunday with 100 white flowers. I was waiting for you, just kidding.
He's doing it in reverse this time. He's getting a monotone, then Irish, then Shatner.
Yeah. On a sad Sunday with 100 white flowers, I was waiting for you, my dear, with a church prayer. That dream-chasing Sunday morning. The chariot of my sadness returned without you. Ever since then, Sundays are always sad. Tears are my drink, and sorrow is my bread. Sad Sunday. Last Sunday, my dear, please come along. There will even be priest, coffin, catafalque, hearse cloth. Even then, flowers will be awaiting you. Flowers and coffin. Under blossoming trees shall my journey be the last. My eyes will be open, so that I can see you one more time. Do not be afraid of my eyes, as I am blessing you even in my death. Last Sunday.
also super happy.
Yeah.
This is such a cheery song.
It really is.
Well, what I love is in the song is that not just the whole mopiness of the whole thing, but they have to have the church bell in there, which is super creepy and again very funereal.
Yeah.
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 I can. Did you guys ever watch that internet cartoon Happy Tree Friends?
Mm-mm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, we started watching that recently.
This is the kind of thing that I could see them actually, the guys who make that or the folks that make that, making this into an episode.
Totally,
which
yeah.
would just be another gore fest, as all of their things are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I
So-
guess I got to see that.
You've seen them before. You just don't remember it. I've shown them to you.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
watched all of them.
Oh no, I do remember that. That was
Yes.
that was like 3, 4, or 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
it's all bunnies and squirrels that
That's
get
right.
cut in half.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah,
now.
this is that sort of thing, I think.
Yeah.
And it's probably worth just briefly reading the Billie Holiday lyrics as well, because apparently we're padding episodes these days.
Oh, are we?
Well, they added
It's different. It's not an
fourth. Well, no, I thought it was that the second version was added to. In other words, they took at the end. They added another. Is it a stanza? Is that correct? They added a fourth stanza, which essentially made the whole thing sound as if it was a dream the singer was having, instead of actually committing suicide or killing themselves. Because that's what this is all alluding to.
Well, why don't I read the Billie Holiday version? Because, these past two lyrics that we've read are obviously just translated from Hungarian.
Mhm.
So they are not written to be a song in English necessarily, which is why we have this Americanized version, which was meant to be sung in English. So it has a different tone to it a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll read it because, it's Billie Holiday. So
Yeah, got to be a chick.
me. I'm not going to change my voice at all.
Please do your best, Shatner.
No. Sunday is gloomy. My hours. No. Sorry. Sunday is gloomy. My hours are slumberless. Dearest, the shadows I live with are numberless. Little white flowers will never waken you, not where the black coach of sorrow has taken you. Angels have no thought of ever returning you. Why would they be angry if I thought of joining you? Gloomy Sunday. Gloomy is Sunday, with shadows I spend it all. My heart and I have decided to end it all. Soon there will be candles and prayers that are said, I know. Let them not weep, let them know that I'm glad to go. Death is no dream, for in death I'm caressing you. With the last breath of my soul, I'll be blessing you. Gloomy Sunday. Dreaming, I was only dreaming. I wake up to find you asleep in the deep of my heart, dear. Darling, I hope that my dream has never haunted you. My heart is telling you how much I wanted you. Gloomy Sunday. So yeah, they added the stanza of like, oh, it was just a dream. But that first
to take
part
the
is
sting out of the whole thing.
real dark.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely about suicide, as are these other two versions of the song. And I think in every language, the song is about killing yourself.
Well, and I think this is my personal opinion, that I am pretty sure that last stanza about making it into a dream is added because if you remember the way censorship was when Billie Holiday did her version.
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Is that they couldn't just push that through the censors. I mean, it's like this was 10 or 15 years later, there's the Roy Orbison song. I want to say it's not Layla, but the one where he's getting oysters and he's swimming down with it's the free dive, and he gets his hands stuck in a clam. It bites down on him, and the whole song at the end is that it's him. It's everything's getting dark. It's getting cold. Like, I'm amazed that got through the censors.
Yeah.
Because they were so stern at the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember that song actually. Yeah.
So not happy in any version of it.
Well.
Definitely referencing suicide in certain versions of it. So let's talk about the deaths that this song is supposedly responsible for.
Thank you for adding supposedly.
Yep, no problem.
What do you mean supposedly?
Well,
assuredly.
Apparently 18 suicides in Hungary had quote-unquote close links with Gloomy Sunday. There was a Time magazine article called Music, the Suicide Song, that was published in March of 1936. I read part of this article, but you can't get past 2 paragraphs without having a subscription to Time, and I don't have a subscription to Time, and I'm broke, so I did not purchase said subscription, but luckily there are enough articles around the internet that have just totally, copy pasted from that article that I have the information.
Well, there we go.
In this article from 1936, they talk about a Hungarian shoemaker by the name of Joseph Keller, and police were reportedly investigating his death and thinking that Gloomy Sunday was responsible for it because he left a note in which he quoted some of the lyrics from Gloomy Sunday. Okay. Quote unquote, several bodies were found clutching the song's sheet music upon their suicides or upon their discovery.
They were floating in the river, right, in the Danube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this makes me wonder if maybe somebody was actually murdering people and trying to frame the composer. And it's like, imagine this frustration. He keeps killing people and planning this on them, and they keep saying, oh my God, another suicide.
Yeah, this is insane. It's crazy. 2 people reportedly shot themselves while listening to different bands play the song.
There's some songs that really do make you want to kill yourself.
I know of plenty these days.
Yeah. The one song that makes me want to stick my head in the oven is Lovin' You by Minnie Riperton.
Apparently, at least one other person, but maybe more, had been found to have taken their own life while listening to Gloomy Sunday. So Hungary banned the song.
Mm-hmm.
That's only rational.
Right, rational, yeah. And then, in the 1930s, there were apparently attempted suicides and actual suicides that were being reported in conjunction with Gloomy Sunday. As we said, the BBC did ban the song entirely. And reportedly, although I've never seen anything to corroborate this, reportedly certain outlets in the U.S. refused to play the song. That seems silly to me. Also, it was such a big hit. Like it's on one of Billie Holiday's greatest hits things. It was a huge song for her, and it's silly to assume that outlets were not playing this song.
Yeah,
it's not as though it's 2016 and people are downloading and getting it anyway. Even if the radio's not playing, that's not happening. Then the radio's playing it, or people are pretty much not hearing it.
Yeah, because records and a gramophone were not a cheap purchase, so it's not as if music was easy to get.
Not as easy as it is today, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
Apparently, reportedly, there are more than 100 deaths connected to Gloomy Sunday.
This is air quotes?
Yes.
100 deaths?
100, yeah.
Okay.
100 deaths. Yeah.
According to the internet at this point?
Yeah, it's all according to the internet. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask, because I couldn't find any of the easily, and I admittedly just kind of thought about it earlier today and started trying to find, you can find in Google sometimes copies of newspapers, but the problem is that I don't know how to read Hungarian, so I was trying to find something that translated that. So it was utter a crap show of my research process here, but have either of you seen anything that actually points to actual reports or newspaper accounts?
No.
Is it all just summations on the internet?
For the most part. I mean, they reference, in a blah, blah, blah article in, this year, a woman named Lauren drowned herself in the river clutching, I'm making that one up. I'm just pulling that from pieces, but they'll cite their sources, but you always follow the link and it's like, link not found, and it's to a PDF that was scanned at one point of an article in Hungarian, and you just have to take people's word for it.
Okay.
I'm disinclined to believe most of the stories.
Well, yeah, the thing about it is if there's a connection, and there might be in a sense, but it's a reverse connection because people who are depressed tend to they like depressing music.
Yeah.
They will seek that stuff out.
Yeah, totally.
So it isn't necessarily the cause of it.
No, there's definitely bands that there's rough times in all of our lives where you look back through your music collection. I was about to say CD collection. You look back through your music collection and you're like, wow, I have 5 albums from this one band. And that is such a melancholy batch of music.
I have a lot of that music from my teen years, yeah.
Oh, well, I even have it from, I've had it's Death Cab for Cutie. Remember all of their stuff? A lot of that is the same vein.
I was a teenage girl in the early 2000s, so yes, I remember Death Cab for Cutie.
Well, I listen to it all the time, and I thought it was great, and then they did other stuff. But now I look back, I'm like, oh, it comes up on when I'll listen to my stuff on random.
Yeah, like that.
Wow.
That one about we'll go together in the dark.
Yeah.
That was a
I'll
pretty
follow you into the dark.
Yeah, that was a depressing song.
I mean, that's really, and it's there's another one that they cover that's by Iron and Wine, who is also it's not Iron and Wine. That's the album name. Who is it that has the album that's called Iron and Wine? No, it is Iron and Wine. I'm getting it all mixed up with the actual artist's name. But anyway, he sang something which I know was then a cover. So it's the same thing. It's like one of those things that just hopscotches back through time.
Yeah. So why don't we talk about theories?
Oh, we aren't?
It's pretty easy.
Yay! I didn't know we were into theories already.
There's kind of like 2.
3, maybe 4?
I think there's 2.
Okay.
I don't see your little black book anywhere, so I'm going to go ahead and solidly say there's 2.
Well, no, all I remembered about the stories was York, and then I was done.
Yeah.
I'll toss in a third just for fun.
Okay, a third.
Yeah.
So the first theory is that, this song has some kind of supernatural ability to drive people to kill themselves. I don't have any evidence to back it up. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I listened to it, and I didn't feel my suicide quotient rising personally.
Yeah, I would think that if this was true in 1935 and 36, when the Billie Holiday version was playing, there would be droves of people falling out of buildings as they were compelled to end their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of support. This is one of those anecdotal stories to me. Where it's chock full of, I knew this person, and they were listening to this gloomy music all the time, and I saw this record in their house after they had taken their own life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to add to that, if we're just going to sit and debunk, the latest recording of this song is like 2015. It's been popularized in the modern era, in the 2000s, in the 90s. There have been recordings that have been popular, and it's not as though we're seeing a huge uptick in suicides in the demographic that's listening to those songs.
Well, yeah, but they're saying, I think the theory is that the original 1935 version, the original or revised,
maybe, I mean, it's possible.
It's the one that's got these special notes in it that make people want to off themselves.
But I think there are a lot of people who listen to this song because of this mystery.
Yeah.
And
wait, I figured out how we can verify this. All we have to do is get Usher to resample the original version and do his own track over the top and see if it has any power.
I feel like we need to have a conversation about the last time that Usher had a song that was even played on the radio.
That's my point.
That's a good point too.
That's my point.
Just need to have a little conversation about that.
Because his music is so good.
So
he will be the nail in the coffin, no pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
I think that probably we need to get a government grant. And we need to put together a study sample size of about 100,000 people who will force to listen to the song over and over again, and we'll see how many kill themselves.
Yeah.
This is not what we're doing.
No, we're not doing this.
And by the way, if anybody has taken it that way, we are not making light of suicide.
No, definitely
we are making light of the story itself.
Yeah.
If anything, we are making heavy of the fact that there's a lot that goes into one's decision to kill themselves, and the fact that listening to a song once or twice could drive someone to suicide is absurd.
Well, it is, and like I said earlier, I think that when you're depressed, you want to listen to depressing music.
I agree. Yeah,
and that is usually in itself is one of the key factors, not the music that you listen to.
So hey, actually, while we're talking about the depression, let's talk about the second theory.
Best segue ever.
What else is happening? Let's think about what else is happening societally around the world.
Yeah, the Great Depression.
In the 30s, it's the Great Depression.
Yeah.
People were killing themselves at a higher rate and reporting being, sad and having nothing to live for, and also starving and being really depressed about the state of the world. And I think it's silly to think that because somebody had lyrics to a song in their note, that song should be responsible for their suicide.
Yeah, I think so. I think
those are good lyrics, man. Like they express a really horrible, painful sentiment in a beautifully eloquent way.
Well, I say that about the first version in terms of what was going on globally at the time.
Yeah.
Less so for the second version. Like the second version, I feel is almost a selfish set of lyrics. I have this pain, so I'm going to write. Not that having pain is selfish, but like taking and rewriting something just so you can have your own bit go over something that is obviously aimed at a much larger problem.
Totally.
So that's why I feel the first one is actually very applicable for the time.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah. And so down to the third theory.
Well, no, there's not the third theory yet, because there's something else about the time that we need to talk about, which is initially a lot of the suicides were happening in Hungary and in a general sense in the Germanic states.
Where the suicide rates are higher.
Where the suicide rates are naturally higher, and the act of suicide at that time.
Naturally, yeah. Okay.
And at that time, and also within the culture, the act, taking your own life is not frowned upon. It's not looked down upon as, why did you do this? This is such a, in Western culture, there is kind of that you're doing something to yourself and everybody else is paying the price. Whereas in that culture, it was more of a noble act. It's almost like seppuku in Japanese culture. It was very honorable to a degree.
Yeah.
So that plays a huge role in. Well, there's this huge suicide rate, and by the way, or not huge, but there's a larger suicide rate in that culture in general. So, oh, by the way, then the song comes out. Let's just put A and D together and call it a pair.
Yeah. So that's the theories. Unless Joe has a third one.
No, there's another theory, and that is it was a serial killer who was planting copies of the lyrics on the bodies, and because maybe there actually had been a few stories. Maybe there were stories out about how this song came out, and my friend bought this record and listened to it a lot. Then he killed himself, and a few anecdotal stories like that make it into the Hungarian press. And then a serial killer decides, well, what the hell, I'll just plant records and copies of lyrics on people after I've murdered them by drowning them in the Danube.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's the third one. Absolutely unsupported by facts.
So, wait, by the way, but where the bodies were expected to have gone into the Danube, was there a smiley face painted anywhere in the area?
No, stop.
I think so.
No, we're not going to go there. Just as a final fun fact.
Is this really a fun fact?
It's not a fun fact.
Okay.
Rashoshersh, our composer, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, you guys. He actually killed himself. He tried to do so by jumping out a window, but he survived. So he strangled himself with a wire in the hospital a few days later. And he was pretty young. It was, I think, in 36 or 37, maybe 38.
Well, and
definitely before 40.
Well, I thought the guy who rewrote the lyrics also committed suicide by throwing himself out a window, but he was at age 63 or 68, something like. He was a very old man at that point.
I don't remember hearing
that's
that,
not
but yeah,
very old. I guess maybe for that era, maybe that's very old. But I mean,
67, 68. Joe says, "Wait,
shut your mouth."
No, that's not old.
I'm a little closer to that age than you guys are. I mean, not a lot. But
that's not old. Yeah, so that's the whole story. I think it's just situational, and it's silly to blame a song.
It's anecdotal.
Yeah, totally.
Coincidental, and yada yada.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, don't listen to the song, whatever you do.
Or the other one that Joe didn't want you to listen to.
Yeah. Whichever.
Yeah.
Or that one by Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
Lola.
Oh my God.
That was the one.
Okay, so if you want to see some of the research that we've done, or if you, I guess, need a way to listen to episodes, you're listening to it, so I figure you know how to listen to it. But
yeah, I think actually, if you want to do any research on this one, go watch cat videos instead, because you know pretty much everything there is to be known.
You officially do. We literally said everything.
Go watch Risk Cutters instead.
Yeah. There you go.
Anyways, our website, where there's some research, if you want to figure out where we found this stuff, or if you want to see that list, maybe we'll post the Wikipedia. We usually don't, but maybe we will this time. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You are probably listening to us on iTunes. If you are, leave a comment and leave a review and a rating, not a comment and a rating. if you haven't already. You can also subscribe if you haven't already. I think that we're getting some more people who are just finding us randomly.
Oh, yeah, more and more.
So subscribe because we've got some good stuff. You are streaming, if you're not on iTunes, you're streaming anywhere, or you're on Google Play. If you can on any of those services, also, rate and review and subscribe. We're on Facebook. We've got a group and a page, so find the group and join it. Like the page. We've got a Twitter. We're thinking Sideways. I post a lot of really dumb stuff on there. It's genuinely dumb stuff.
Twitter flame wars.
It really is, yeah. Mostly just like really dank memes. We're on Reddit as well. So we have our own subreddit. It's Thinking Sideways. It's not Thinking Sideways Pod. You can email us if you have some constructive criticism of the show, or you have some questions, or just general, praise.
And you want to tell us how you love us.
Yeah, or anything.
You have ideas for episodes.
If you have suggestions for episodes, anything like that, you can email us. Our email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And finally, if you would like to support the show in some monetary way, you can buy some merch. We've got links to both the Zazzle and the Redbubble on the website. You can make a one-time donation on PayPal if you would like, or you can set up a reoccurring donation on Patreon. It's patreon.com/thinkingsideways. That is clearly a reoccurring donation. You donate per episode, and it's just the normal episodes. All those special ones that we release, we don't charge for.
Right. That's what keeps us from working for the man. So.
Yeah, exactly. What is it, POC? PIC?
PIC?
The PIC?
No, I was talking about the boss man's daughter.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Steve's trying to make relevant references that none of you are going to get because he's
Roy Orbison! Your son! Okay, fine. Just end the episode.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to get out of here before Steve kills me and play some weird music on my body.
All right.
That was so strange. I don't understand what's happening.
Bye, guys.
Toodaloo. Don't listen to that song. You'll kill yourself.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey everyone, it's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined per usual by
Joe
and Steve.
Today we're going to talk about a mystery. If you follow us on Twitter, you may have a little spoilers about this one. We are going to talk about the Denver Airport, DIA, Denver International Airport. It's the technical code for it is DEN, but everybody calls it DIA.
That kind of makes sense.
Dead in arrival or something like that?
No.
Yeah. But yeah, DEA. Yeah, it makes sense.
DIA.
Denver International Airport.
Yeah,
of course.
Exactly. And before we get too far, this was a suggestion by actually a lot of people, and I don't have everybody's name written down. Everybody suggested different things. Pretty much what would happen is somebody would say, has anybody suggested the Denver Airport to you? And I would say, that it's this thing. And they would say, no, it's this other thing. And it was like, okay. So I guess we'll do a show about it.
Yeah, it's about time.
And just so everybody knows, I traveled for this episode.
She did field research.
I did field research. I went to Denver International Airport.
She found a hidden door.
I did.
Managed to pick the lock.
Uh-huh.
Found many, many underground passages.
Mm-hmm.
Some like sort of culty kind of devil worshipping altars that had blood all over them and stuff, you know?
Yeah, some guys that had like horns and weird alien shaped faces.
Yeah.
Or you ate at the McDonald's in the airport and
got really bad food poisoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I especially liked when we found that those giant crests on that huge room that had the crest that said NWO and had a giant eye imposed on the top.
Yeah, that was
Illuminati.
pretty good. That was good research I did.
Or creative writing, one of the two.
Whichever. Same thing.
All right. Let's tell these people what's going on with the Denver Airport.
Let's talk about Denver a little bit. Well, not Denver, but the Denver Airport. The greater Denver area was served by Stapleton International Airport until 1995, which I think makes DIA one of the newer airports in America.
I think so.
It's a lot of research to do, just so you know. There's no list I could find on the internet that was, I Googled list of airports in America by year built, and it came with nothing, so... Mm-hmm. I didn't look too far into it, but
yeah, I didn't bother looking into it either.
It is one of the newer. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, I can't really think of one that's been built since then, but maybe somewhere.
Initially, the DIA Denver Airport was meant to open on October 29th, 1993, but it turns out the project wasn't super well planned, and some of the airports that were meant to hub out of there changed their requirements. Oh, and also there was this automated baggage system that was kind of a problem.
That thing was awesome.
Yeah. So the project was pushed back a few months, then a few months more, then a strike happened. So they pushed the project back to May 15th, 1994. In April of that year, some reporters were given a sneak peek at this hotly anticipated automated baggage system, which apparently no one had tested, I guess, because if they had, I'm sure they wouldn't have let the media in.
The actual baggage.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know why somebody said, yeah, let's bring the media in here. But when they did, reported that clothes and personal items were strewn under the track system, and that the parts of the system that were meant to transport luggage were actually just dumping the bags right off the system entirely.
In other words, it's kind of like how they handle your baggage now.
Yeah, except for it's not people, it's machines doing it. Yeah,
machines will do the same abuse of your luggage for a lot cheaper.
Which is great.
It's a giant conveyor system, but if I remember watching it, basically there was little actuator arms that would shove the baggage based on what it figured out where it was supposed to go onto conveyor A or B. Unfortunately,
they were too powerful.
They were extremely overcharged, and it would hit Grandma's luggage and send all of her clothes 20 feet in the air.
So because of that, the May 15th, 1994 open date was once again pushed back, and finally on February 28th, 1995, DIA was opened, which was 18 months after the initial date set. Oh, and fun fact, it was about $2 billion, yes, with a B, dollars over budget.
Yeah, that's one big. I wonder how much.
That's a near miss.
I wonder how much the baggage system cost.
It was actually one of the more expensive parts of the airport.
I bet.
Well, do you remember, Devin, what was the total cost of this airport? I remember reading it, but I can't think of it off of my mind. But I'd have to say at least a third of their cost, at least in my mind, and I could be wrong, was that stupid baggage system because they kept trying to fix it.
Well, I think that if you factor in the fact that it is what kept pushing the date back, the opening date back, I think they estimated that every day they delayed opening, the airport cost them $1 million.
Yeah.
So if you factor that into the, quote, overall cost of the automatic baggage system, which you should,
yes,
it was absolutely the most expensive part of the entire project.
Yeah. Although, I mean, and part of it, of course, was building the tunnels for all the automated stuff to exist in, and maybe they could retrieve some of their sunk costs by clearing the equipment out of the tunnels and use the tunnels for something else.
Maybe.
Like maybe, secret government installations. Yeah.
Yes, maybe.
Sorry.
Stop giving away, Joe.
There's a whole mess of things surrounding this place, as we kind of mentioned earlier. So we'll just jump in. I just want to start off, I guess, by saying that right off the bat, there are a lot of things about the Denver airport that I think taken alone are pretty innocuous. There's some art, there's some other stuff, and if they all existed just one thing at one airport and another weird thing at another airport, I would be way more willing to say, yeah, no, that's totally, it's a little weird, but it's totally innocent. But when you kind of take a step back and take it all in this one building, things get a little fun.
Well, and the thing that you got to point out to people is I've been to the Denver airport. I was there, 10 years ago or something. I had no idea, and I probably saw one of the things that we're going to talk about and would have never guessed that there was so much hubbub surrounding it all.
Yeah.
Because so many things are innocuous on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah. I too have been there, and I didn't notice anything out of the sorts either. But I didn't actually spend a lot of time in the airport. So
I spent it in the airport bar.
I didn't have time. I didn't have time to go like see that huge mural with the creepy Nazi with the AK towering over the table.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna just attack this line item style.
Okay.
So we'll just start with the horse.
So each of these, in other words, is a discrete mystery all on its own.
Yeah, kind of.
So what are we going to work our way from the inside out or the outside in? Or what are we going to do?
Outside in, kind of.
Okay.
Ish. We're going to start with the horse.
Of course.
The horse.
The famous Mr. Ed.
You guys have a picture in front of you. It's in black and white. I'm sorry. It's much less impressive than it is in color. But hopefully you got a chance to see it. And you listeners at home, we'll probably post a picture of it.
Now, I've seen this photo in color. It's actually a really nice photo.
It's awesome.
Did you take it?
I did.
Yeah. Good job.
I took that picture.
Did you notice what's behind the Bronco?
Oh, the thunderstorm?
The mushroom cloud?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a mushroom cloud.
It does. It's like thundery, too.
Yeah.
Thunder and lightning.
Very apocalyptic, yeah.
It's super apocalyptic. This is one of the first things that you will notice about DIA as you approach from the ground. This dude, he's officially called Blue Mustang. He's also referred to as Blucifer.
I like Blucifer.
Or
That's awesome.
the Demon Bronco by locals. Since you're not looking at the picture because this is a podcast, not a TV show, I'll go ahead and just describe this gentleman to you. This beast of a gentleman. He is a 9,000-pound statue.
And by the way, if he was actually made of, like, say, bronze or something like that, he'd weigh a hell of a lot more than 9,000 pounds.
Yeah. He's a fairly new addition to the weirdness of DIA. He was commissioned in 1993 by, well, I guess we'll get to that. But it was meant to be art. It
kind of is art. It's a
art.
pretty impressive piece of sculpture.
It is, absolutely. It's a 32 feet tall blue Mustang rearing up. It's pretty dang anatomically correct.
That absurdly anatomically correct.
Yeah, why was that necessary?
I don't know. Ribs show through the skin. The way the light shines on it, I initially, when I was looking at the picture and when I saw it in real life, I thought, oh, there's like weird zombie skin parts of it. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized it's just the way that it's lit. The way the light hits it, it gives it some yellowy areas, which looked like zombie rot to me, but it's not.
Well, it's fiberglass, right? So I think that the fiberglass is colored as part of it, so it's not an even mix, so you get weirdness areas. This is the way I think.
Well, he is totally blue. I've seen other pictures of him. He's totally blue. It's just a weird way that the lights shine.
So he's not a zombie horse.
No, his tail and mane are spiky, and he has red glowing eyes.
Which I love. I think that's awesome.
They are. This is not a lie. I did genuinely. I've seen this with my own eyes, and that is the first thing you notice. You just kind of go, huh. There's some red eyes glowing in the distance there.
Actually,
it's on a horse.
That's why he's called Lucifer.
Exactly. But no, actually, I think that the reason for that is it's just aircraft warning lights.
No. It's not. They're not high enough.
Yeah, no.
They have to be on the very top.
I think it's a nice touch, though.
I do, too. So the sculpture wasn't installed until 2008. Why so late, you might ask? Well, it was sculpted by a man named Luis Jimenez, and he died in 2006. And you might be wondering how. Well, just because a 9,000-pound statue of a devil horse fell on him and severed an artery in his leg.
Yeah, that's just hilarious, guys.
I bet you can guess which one. There's not that many, but I bet you can guess which 9,000-pound horse.
Oh, I thought you were saying which leg.
No.
Well, it wasn't the whole horse. It was just the head.
It was just the head.
Yeah, which still weighs a lot, I'm sure. But again, it's fiberglass. Imagine if this thing was made out of steel or bronze or something like that. Holy crap.
So the sculpture was finished by his family and some students he had, and then erected much later, 2 years later.
I bet they're the ones who added the red glowing eyes.
Yeah, maybe. But because of that, people kind of say it's cursed from the get-go.
Of course.
They're saying that the horse is cursed, or the
because it killed the person who was making it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
That's suspicious behavior for a horse head.
Well, it depends. Is this a horse head from the mob?
It could be.
Yeah.
As far as we know, it could be.
Okay.
Do you know who financed it?
No. The Denver International Airport?
Yeah.
Do you know who financed? No, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. Next up is the weird shape of the airport.
This is dumb.
I agree.
Yeah.
The airport is made to resemble snow-capped mountains and reflect the history of Colorado's native people.
And by the airport, you mean the building, the terminals. Okay, just making sure you're not talking about the whole surrounding area.
Yeah, sorry. It's also meant to reflect Colorado's natives who lived in teepees across the Great Plains. So the roof is actually made of fabric, and it's big white peaks. The roof, some people say that it is meant to resemble a UFO.
It doesn't resemble any UFO I've ever seen.
Well, since UFOs are definitely housed below the airport, which we'll get to in a minute.
No, of course they are.
That's what they're made to resemble. But I really think it just looks like a giant circus tent.
No, I agree. That's when the first time I saw it, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Who decided to do this?
I don't know.
That's what
I also kind of wonder who, Colorado, not the most stable weather state.
Yeah.
Denver, also not the most stable weather city. I'm not totally sure who was like, oh, it's an excellent idea. Let's make this roof out of fabric.
Well, okay. So there's two things. One's a joke, which is they have a lot of weed in Colorado.
Yeah.
The other is, and I'm actually going to bash on this a couple of times, which is artists' perspectives and interpretations that they can pitch and sell. And I work in the art industry. I understand this, but somebody did a fantastic sales job.
Yeah.
Saying, this is what an abstract means and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure that what they did is they showed them a rendering of one or two of the little teepee tops that are snow-capped mountains that they were supposed to be, instead of the 9 or 10 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
There's a lot.
I mean, it doesn't look anything like it's supposed to, and I would be willing to bet dollars to donuts that's how that happened.
Well, the interesting thing is, I don't remember when. I think it was 2008, but I can't recall exactly. There was a huge snowstorm.
When it ripped.
And it ripped open part of the ceiling. And what did they do? They just fixed it.
Duct tape.
Yeah. They didn't say, oh, hey, maybe fabric's a bad idea. They just, quote unquote, improved their snow removal systems.
It had 2 feet of snow on the floor of the airport.
Yeah, it's Colorado.
2 feet in the terminal, dude.
That's hilarious.
They closed it down for 4 days.
Yeah, it was like a 30-foot long rip, if I remember right, by the end. Of course, it keeps growing. But
it had huge implications for the air traffic control of America.
No, it's a major hub. And the interesting thing is, I've noted this. A lot of times your artistic architectural types will design these cool things with absolutely no thought to how they can possibly be maintained and repaired. How exactly do you get up there to clean that roof? You can't exactly walk on it, can you?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just...
Well,
how do you get up there to repair it?
There's these things that are called man lifts that scissor up and reach over, and there's some yo-yo with
Maybe,
I'll bet you that's how they do it.
What I'm thinking is they have a crane and they have some guy in a harness and they just lower him face down on a rope like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. He's holding a hose in his hand.
So you never want to make the crane operator mad because he'll just keep
bounce to it. Bump, bump. Yeah. All right. What are we doing
Move
here?
on.
Sorry.
We'll move on.
Okay. So anyway, but no, we didn't answer the question though. I mean, okay. So are we going to answer it later? Are there actually UFOs underneath?
We'll talk about it later.
Yes.
Yeah, of course we will. Of course
I think that's not directly related to the mountaintop / teepee roof of the airport.
They were saying that people were saying that it's reminiscent of UFOs, which of course are stored underneath the airport.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. If either of you come across this, but I think that's because UFOs traditionally are considered as a round saucer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a TP, its base is a round saucer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a series, it would be considered kind of a series of them. Or the other way to look at it is, what was that? Stargate. where that ship would land on the pyramid. So we're making, points for it to land on and anchor on. I mean, this is the only thing I can come up with because I didn't find a whole lot.
I didn't find a whole lot either.
Yeah.
And,
it seems like there was
problem. We make fun of, I think would be the term I would use, a lot of conspiracy theories, not necessarily because I want to disregard them, but more because I just can't buy into anything that just says offhand, oh yeah, it's because it looks like UFOs, and then doesn't explain how, which I couldn't find anything.
There's so much hot air and hand waving, but when you say, okay, I'm totally willing to accept that. Just give me something to base it on besides your personal observation and belief. And I think that's where I think all three of us run into issues with those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this one thing in particular is one of those instances where people just thought they'd put a whole lot of bilge out there and see how much traction it got. Yeah.
And it got a lot.
Because, yes, there's a lot of things like this, things that are completely seem to be kind of baseless and just based on just one person's assertion. So anyway, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Next up, the murals.
Oy.
Yeah.
Admittedly, these are super weird. Okay? They just are. No, they just are.
No, I agree.
They are.
I totally agree.
Yeah, we wandered around DIA looking definitely not suspicious at all, taking all sorts of pictures. So I'm sure I'm on a lot of lists at this point.
Yeah, we all are.
But this one in particular, my guide and I spent, I would say, an hour and a half wandering around trying to find them. Walked past them like twice on just the other side of the hallway that they're in. Because, they always have those, like, ads and maps and stuff like that. So we were just like, where are these things? And then we stopped and I took, like, 1,000,000 pictures and just, like, kept looking around waiting for people to pass the mural so I didn't have any of them in it.
I think that's a regular occurrence.
Gosh, I hope so.
These things seem to be kind of famous.
The murals, they're weird. My guide insisted that they were just meant to, quote, depict man-made environmental destruction and genocide along with humanity coming together to heal nature and live in peace.
Oh, you hired a native guide. That was quite awesome.
Which is bunk, and that is actually just a quote from the artist, not my guide.
Yeah.
But my guide said, yes, that's pretty much, he not so eloquently said those words.
So you think that the artist's words in describing his paintings are bunk, or do you think that his thoughts of talking about humanity coming together to heal nature and live in peace, do you think that's bunk?
I think his description of what the murals are meant to be about is bunk.
Yeah. So
I'm going to wait till the end on this one.
Thank you.
Bite my lip.
In fairness, there are 2 murals, which are each 2 panels each, and parts of the overall art are often left out. The Rational Wiki on the murals, in fact, says that the second murals, the second half of the murals, which are the, quote, oft left out ones, are, quote, much happier, which, no, they're not. They're not really. I mean, they're a little happier, but they're just so weird, all of them.
They are very weird.
And I guess I'll just describe them a little bit. You can find pictures of these online.
Very easily.
Really, really easily. One is called In Peace and Harmony with Nature, and the second one is called The Children of the World Dream of World Peace. The one titled In Peace and Harmony with Nature shows sad children over the destruction of the environment and extinction of life. A huge fire burns behind them. Animals are dead and in glass cases. And, there's 3 dead women in coffins at the bottom of the mural. I think one of them is even like a little girl.
I think you're right.
The pairing of this, the second pane, I guess, of it, is a bunch of kids in traditional outfits crowded joyfully around some kind of rainbow plant thing with animals and healthy landscapes behind them. The Children of the World Dream of World Peace, redundant, is the one that lots of people kind of point to. It's the one that's pretty awful. And the first panel is a soldier in a gas mask. He's often described as a Nazi soldier. There's no actual
He looks like he could be a Russian, too. Who knows?
Yeah.
You can't. It's literally just gas
wearing a gray
mask
overcoat.
face.
Yeah.
He's got a gun in one hand and a sword in the other. He's slicing a dove open, and it looks like there's a concentration camp kind of in the background. The artist often points out that there are sleeping children in the rubble, so it makes it okay. But they actually kind of just look dead, not sleeping.
I've never figured out how that was supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah. The second half or second pane of this one is kids from countries around the world in pairings traditionally signifying tensions. That is an American kid and a Russian kid, or a Palestinian kid and an Israeli kid, carrying weapons wrapped in their respective flags to be broken in half by a blonde, super Aryan-looking kid over the crippled body of the soldier from the previous pane.
Crippled, he looks to me like he's dead.
Yeah.
I think he's a statue that's been knocked over because the feet look like they're broken and locked in one place, and the body is down in another.
Yeah.
I think it was a statue, kind of.
Yeah. So I think that the quote-unquote happier versions of these are still really, really weird.
Yeah.
Still have a lot of really weird symbolism in them. And I guess really the big question is, though I kind of appreciate the artistry, and I think that I kind of understand what the artist is trying to do, I just think the Denver airport is a real weird place for them.
Well,
and for somebody to be trying to make that strong of a statement.
This is actually easily explained by 3 words. Publicly funded art.
Yeah.
I can actually explain it in 1 word.
Yeah.
What?
Procrastination.
Oh,
that's
yeah?
what it was?
I'm pretty sure those look like they're oil paintings to me.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that the artist in question, they said, here's my reasoning and yada, yada, yada. And they did a great sales job. And everybody said, yes, we'll put those up. But I'm really pretty sure that they got pitched one idea and they could never make it happen. But they just happened to have a bunch of canvases sitting around. And either they had already done those artworks that were just completely harebrained, or oh, crap, I'm just going to start painting something and see what happens. And it comes out super duper dark, and I don't have time to fix this.
Yeah,
this is for children and world peace. I've read the artist descriptions.
Yeah.
I don't buy any of it.
No, not really. But I think really the culprit here is the baggage system. There was only like about $50 left over in the budget for our art, and so they had to get some graffiti artist off the street and say, hey, it's got to look like not quite like graffiti. Can you do something? And that's what they got.
But that's not the only bit of weird art there, though.
Oh, I see Steve's notebook out.
Yes, as always. Do you guys remember, and anybody who's been through the baggage claim area will know this, the gargoyles?
Yeah. The weirdest thing, I was about to use a different word, sorry. The weirdest thing ever, especially to get off a flight at midnight after having been moving all day and walking to baggage claim and having that be the very first thing you really see of Denver Airport.
I know, I love it.
For anybody who hasn't been to Denver Airport, there are 2 gargoyles in the baggage claim area, and it is kind of the old school Samsonite luggage, and then a gargoyle is sticking out of it, and they're goofy, weird, creepy looking because they're gargoyles. But people also, all kinds of things are attributed to why those gargoyles are there. Mm-hmm. I did a little research.
Awesome. I can tell you also, I guess to add to it, they are uplit.
Yeah.
Which anybody who knows anything about lighting,
looks a little creepy.
It's really creepy.
They really should have made them animatronic, so they did. So if you're there late at night and the lights are a little dim and there's not a lot of people, and suddenly you hear this noise and you look up and that thing is starting to it's like
slowly
its wings like this, And
all they had to do is put weird moving red eyes.
Well,
that's all they had to do.
Well, they blew the eye budget on the horse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, but imagine if you're down there and you're just sort of, there's only a few people there, and it starts to move its wings a little bit, and its head swivels around, and it turns its beady red eyes on you. What would you do?
I would run.
Yeah, me too.
I would run fast.
I would figure it was an animatronic and be eaten alive by the real gargoyle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, back to your thing.
Well, no. So gargoyles, anybody who's looked at architectural history, have been around forever. Mm-hmm. And gargoyles were initially... They're a symbol of protection for buildings and people. Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure
But when they're on the outside, don't they have to be on the outside?
No. They're on the outside because gargoyles were on the outside because they were used as a drainage system for the roofs.
Yeah, they were decorative.
Yeah, they were a decorative way. So you've got all the drainage coming off the roof, and it hits a pipe, and it shoots way out over the building. And the name gargoyle comes from the sound that water makes when it runs through that mouth opening pipe of
the gurgling sound.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. But gargoyles are a symbol of protection. There's nothing nefarious or disturbing. I mean, if you ever watched I know Joe didn't, but you might have watched that cartoon Gargoyles back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, see, they were protectors. They were good gargoyles.
Well, they're just like Pazuzu. Pazuzu, you ungrateful gargoyle. I put you through college, and this is how you repay me?
But no, gargoyles are a thing of protection.
Okay.
So I think that's where that came from.
I think that actually they put them in the baggage claim area so that they would sort of intimidate people and people wouldn't try to steal other people's baggage.
That was in the baggage claim, just as a side note, that I've never seen anywhere else. I'm sure it exists other places, but their oversized baggage claim, I don't know if you guys noticed this when you went through Denver, they're really just like big vertical stalls that go around on a conveyor belt in a horizontal manner. So it's like you could literally like step in one of those as a human being. And then go into the backside? They're actually perfectly human-sized, and it just goes around. And my first thought was really just like, it kind of looked like a human vending machine.
I like it.
It did. I mean, they were perfectly human-sized. It was very odd.
You didn't get on the hop on?
I did not.
On the other side?
No.
She did not want to be in the human vending machine.
No.
I don't blame you.
No. Yeah. But I guess speaking of art, it's kind of art, this next thing we're going to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
The markings on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like inlay, right?
Okay. What does AUAG mean? This is gold and silver?
AUG.
Yeah.
No. AU and then AG, right?
Yeah.
Two separate, right? Gold and silver, two minerals traditionally found in Colorado, source of the state's history.
AU stands for gold and AG stands for silver, right?
Yeah. What if I told you that it also stands for Australia antigen, AUAG, which is a weaponized strain of hepatitis B?
Well,
also that it's engraved or inlaid in the floor at the Denver airport?
So you're saying that like it's like a hepatitis B center?
Weaponized hepatitis B.
Yeah, I like it.
Did you guys also know that the person who discovered this weaponized hepatitis B, he was the sponsor of the Denver airport? Did you know that?
No, I
did you
didn't
know that? Steve, did you know that?
Didn't know that.
I'm just going to continue blinking.
Okay, well, that's not true. None of that's true.
Of course not. Yeah.
But you will read that everywhere. Well, except for the gold and silver bread. That stuff's true.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, the good news is the actual marker for this strain of hepatitis B is actually HBsAg, not AUAG. And I think Steve did some research on this, but it's an antigen.
Yeah.
Which I had always understood, and Steve corroborated, is actually what your body produces to fight the thing.
Exactly.
Right?
It's to create an immune reaction.
Yeah. So
to create antibodies, which means it's
I'm not totally
inoculation.
Sure. Yeah,
so
I'm not
it's
sure
actually
how.
a lot more benevolent than these people make it sound.
Yeah. Oh, hey, also, the man in question who discovered this strain of hepatitis B, he happens to be Nobel laureate Baruch Samuel Bloomberg, who has literally no link whatsoever to Denver, the Denver airport.
So he'd like you to think.
He was also not wildly rich. He certainly wasn't wildly rich enough to sponsor an entire airport to himself.
I usually leave that stuff to the city in question and maybe the airlines.
Yeah. So, also that brick with AUAG on it. Guess what's right over it?
Or surrounding it?
Yeah.
Are there bricks?
It's it's a mining cart right over it, and then it's capital A, lowercase u, and then lots of spaces, and then capital A, or lowercase g. And there's lots of other bricks all around it, mostly
tiles.
Tiles, I guess. Yeah, tiles.
Because it's a stone floor, right?
They're big. Yeah, they're big stones. Yeah, so they are tiles. You're right. That's probably a better word for them. But most of them are Native American symbols or words or things like that. You will see other places people talking about the alien writing that's written all over the floor. Those are literally all Indian words. They are. They just are Native American words. Okay, but then the question arises, but why is this one right in front of the mural with the death Nazi on it? Well, it's not. It's not even close. It's not even like adjacent.
Actually, wait. They're saying this is in front of the mural that's got the guy with the sword.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've clearly never been there.
I think that they need to call in that guy from the Dan Brown book, Da Vinci Code. Yeah, I'm sure he could figure this out in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It'd take him like 12 hours. He'd have a crazy chase through the tunnels, and I know.
Yeah.
Oy. Okay, what else? What other fun do we have here?
Next thing is we're going to talk about the dedication marker next, also often referred to as the capstone.
That thing just looks to me like something to trip over.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's, I guess to be fair, it's a hard thing to ignore.
It's what lights people's hair on fire.
It sure does. And I think
there's
some
valid reasons, I'll admit. But
it's kind of like a sundial a little bit, the capstone. It's a capstone and then it has a big kind of rod sticking out of it a little bit. It's not a circle. The capstone is, like a keystone.
Looks like it actually looks like the big heavy thing on top of a tomb. The big heavy stone on top of a tomb. Yeah, just makes you think
like
dead
a big
body.
Headstone.
Yeah, it's dead body down there.
Well, so it not only informs the public of the details of the project, kind of, but also it marks the spot of a time capsule that's meant to be opened in 2094. The contents of the capsule include lots of things, the kind of things you would put in a time capsule. Photos of notable places in Denver around the 1990s, memorabilia from the old Denver airport, Colorado flags, newspapers, a credit card for some reason.
Because those were awesome.
I suppose they're going to be gone by the time 2090. But
it's just one credit card. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on.
That's interesting. I wonder if it's got
that card has not been reported lost or stolen yet.
It also includes some programs from all of the New World Airport Commission's events.
This is just one exciting time capsule, I gotta
say. It really is.
I can't wait to open this one up.
Yeah, well, actually, you may be wondering, you at home, there may have been some words in there that kind of piqued your interest. Like the New World Airport Commission.
Oh, I thought you were talking about credit card.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But you may be wondering what that is, and to be honest, me too. I couldn't find anything that wasn't outright conspiracy theories on the organization online, and I know Steve is giving me the look, which means he found some stuff, which is fine. When you Google New World Airport Commission, it either comes up with Denver Airport or, oh my God, these people are going to take over the world!
And reduce the population to 2 million and all that stuff. Yeah.
It's not the New World Order, but it is suspiciously close to the New World Order.
Yeah, the New World Airport.
So this capstone also has names of the mayor, governor, and secretary of transportation at the time on it, the notice of the time capsule, then also the Masonic Freemason symbol.
Yeah.
Also engraved on it are, quote, the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge F and AM of Colorado and jurisdiction, and then, quote, the most worshipful Grand Lodge of AD and AM of Colorado. It also then below says that the airport was funded by the New World Airport, the New World Airport Commission. And again, it's not an official thing, and that lights a lot of people on fire is the term I guess we're using right now. But listed under it are contributors, which are an architecture firm, a metal company, and an aeronautics company. And even if, before I let Steve, because he's like chomping at the bit right now, before I let him go
freaking out, man.
Even if these are just 3 innocent sponsors who formed a commission called the New World Airport Commission, come on, guys, like pick a better name. Pick a less suspicious name, though.
Terrible name.
Why would would that be the thing that you pick?
But the thing is like the whole New World Order thing hadn't really blossomed that much. I mean, it was like, the New World Order didn't come into being until a speech was given by George H.W. Bush, the first Bush, in the very early 90s.
Yeah.
After the fall of the Soviet Union. we were looking at a whole different world order because the Soviets were gone.
And when did the airport open? It opened in
1995, correct?
95. So
95.
this is after that speech.
No, it is. But the construction on the airport began before that speech.
Right, but they weren't. It wasn't like a registered LLC or anything. That was just the name they gave
it was
themselves.
a bunch of business guys who got together and said, "We're going to help sponsor this. This is the new, for the area, World Airport."
Exactly. It's not New World. It's New World Airport because it's an international airport.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the thing about it is like. He gives his speech and he talks about, well, it's a new world order because, golly, it's not a bipolar world and all that stuff. The Cold War is over. And of course, the conspiracy nut cases and the paranoids go nuts with this and start running with it. But do you really expect a bunch of middle-aged businessmen to be up on that stuff and to be paying attention to that stuff?
No.
No.
That's true. It just seems like maybe saying like new international airport. Commission.
Or the new Denver International Airport Commission.
Yeah.
Or something way more descriptive instead of, I got this cool idea.
Yeah, the New World Airport Commission.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense. If you look at it without running it together and adding, all these other things to the name, the New World Airport, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense
it does.
Locally.
Yeah,
kind of.
I would have just called it the New Friggin' Airport Commission.
Yeah, or international.
Or about time we got a new airport commission.
Right?
Yeah, their old airport sucked.
It was not great.
No, it was really bad.
Although, a lot of people claim that it wasn't nearly that bad at all, and so that's fed into conspiracy theories. So they replaced
it was
perfectly
really,
good
really
airport.
awful.
Oh,
it was really awful. I just want to go ahead and go on record and say it was awful.
It was terrible. Noise complaints in the bad snowstorms. I don't remember how many runways it had, but they could operate about 20% of what they were supposed to run.
And of course, Denver, usually has bad weather. And
in the wintertime, it's high up, it's snowy. Yeah.
Well, actually, this was a fun fact. The layout of the runways was such that they were too close together.
Yep.
So in inclement weather, they could only use one of those two. Mm-hmm. But then also the runways intersected each other at multiple points, so you couldn't have a airplane taking off and landing at the same time. It was basically just like a cross.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like a hash mark
like that.
is an easy way to think about it.
Yeah, and then they just couldn't use like most of them because the weather was bad.
No.
Yeah. No, they could have continued to use it. They just wouldn't have been a major hub as they are now.
Yeah.
Well, especially in the wintertime. But the thing that I found that I got really excited about at first is, so we've got the Masons are sponsoring part of this, and they're on that dedication stone.
Yeah.
And order and how it's trying to reduce the population to 2 billion, I think is the number.
2 billion seems to be the sweet spot, yeah.
I managed to somehow, I believe, figure out where that number came from.
I like that this is where we're taking this on. In the middle of an episode about the Denver airport, we're gonna myth bust the 2 billion cap.
I
may
stumbled across it. Yeah. No. So
Yeah.
I gotta thank the guys at Stuff You Should Know.
Yeah.
Because they did an episode on population control, and that's where I suddenly made the links, though they never actually laid it out. I figured it out. So there's a guy by the name of Thomas Robert Malthus. Mm-hmm. And he wrote of what he called the Malthusian catastrophe, which was overpopulation would lead to famine and death. And this is back in the 1800s he writes this. I think it was the late 1800s is when he did his research for population control. Mm-hmm. You jump forward to 1968, and I know Joe is looking at me because he knows what's coming.
Oh, yeah.
It's Paul Ehrlich writes The Population Bomb, which is, everybody calls it an alarmist piece of work because the first thing he starts out with saying is that we're all going to die, essentially, saying that the world can't sustain us and 2 billion is the max number and we need to control births and we need to change all this stuff. But somehow, I mean, today most people look at his work and say he's wrong, his math was wrong, he and Malthus. were wrong, but somehow that $2 billion got pulled in with the New World Order, and that number always gets drug along when you're talking about the New World Order stuff.
Yeah,
it's all this human carrying capacity.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
Yeah, it's funny. The thing about Ehrlich is that he made a lot of predictions, not just about overpopulation.
None of them were right.
Oh, no, every single one of them was wrong.
One could say he was the John Teeter of
1968.
Yeah.
I mean, so his Malthusianism is still very popular. I mean, there's still people today who are predicting all sorts of dire outcomes, at least in the days of Malthus, the original days of him. I mean, famine was not that uncommon back in his day, so he can be forgiven, I suppose, but... some of the people that are still jumping on board some of the bandwagons of things like, oh my God, peak oil, no, we're not running short anytime soon, things like that. Plenty of food, population, and the 2 billion number. The reason I have a problem with the 2 billion number and relating it to the New World Order is the New World Order are these people who are behind it. They're part of our elite. They're part of this probably extremely rich capitalist elite.
Yep.
Well, reducing the population to 2 billion people really doesn't make them any money, I don't think. And that's why the paranoia over this mass reduction in population is ludicrous. Because hey, are we really going to cause our economies to shrink and cause us all to get poorer? Are we really going to do this?
I think that people look at it as if that top echelon of people, these rich guys that are at the top and in control, if the New World Order goes into effect and I don't know how this happens, but suddenly the population is cut to 2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're royalty. Mm-hmm. So now they get to make that royalty lineage. So it's not making money in a capitalist sense. They're top dogs, and they're
sitting on a big pile of cash.
They're going to sit on a pile of cash, and all their descendants are going to sit there. And we're way off topic here, but that's what I found, and I had to bring it up. Is that's where this whole New World Order 2 billion people thing comes from? As best I can tell, this is the first time I've ever been able to put 2 and 2 together on this.
Yeah, it's nobody really knows what the magic number is. I mean, I think the Earth could support tens of billions more people. Well, whether we should or not is, that's debatable.
Well, you know why 2 billion is suspicious, right?
Why?
It's because that's exactly how over budget they went on this project.
Oh my God, you're right.
Oh my God.
So that explains everything. That explains. I mean, they were looking at this and thinking, oh my God, we're not going to go over budget at all. What can we do? I know, an automated luggage system. And let's do something else. But you're going to talk about that later.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
We're going to get some weird paintings.
There was some, the weird paint. They paid. I told you, I already proved they only paid $50 for those paintings.
Next up is the layout of the runways, and all I have to say about that is calm down, you guys. It really doesn't look that much like a swastika. Just calm down. Cool. Next,
draw lines on the airport. And then remove the photo of the airport, and the runways don't look like a swastika.
Yeah, no, calm down.
No, not really.
Next up, underground bunkers and tunnels. Okay, so now we're venturing into territory that I didn't get to see with my own 2 eyes because people are the worst, and my security clearance wasn't approved in time.
Yeah, and you probably walked right past a bunch of secret doors.
Yeah, I probably did. And since I didn't get to see it with my own 2 eyes, we're just gonna not even talk about this part. Cool. Great.
Really?
Just kidding.
No. I knew you were joking.
There's a tram system that, as far as I can tell, not as far as I can tell, it takes you from one concourse to another. And I couldn't tell if there was a way to walk between concourses. There should be, but I don't think there is.
There has to be.
There should be.
Yeah, you would think.
If the trains go down, you have to have a way for people to walk out.
Yeah, out of the train system, sure, but walk in between concourses, I don't know. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. I didn't want to pour too much stuff into that.
No, well, I'm just thinking is that I've been in airports, like I was in Atlanta a couple months back, and I know that you can get on the train and it zips you from concourse to concourse in no time flat. But unfortunately, about 10 years prior, I had said, Well, I'm used to the Portland International Airport.
Oh, just walk
They
it.
can't be that far. And I decided to walk from one to the other, and it took me 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like in LA, you literally can't. You have to get on a bus or the tram, right?
No, you can't walk it at all?
You can't because it's they're on the other side of the tarmac.
Ah.
So I don't know if it was like that. I didn't get a good sense of that. It's not really that important. The only thing that really stood out to me on the trams, well, actually, that's not true. My guide was telling me about how in the tunnels, on one side of the tunnels, there's these like silver pinwheel things, lots of them. And he said to me, well, what are they trying to distract you from? Huh? So I turned, when we saw them, I like turned to the other side. It's just wall. It's just concrete. There's nothing there. But the only thing that I did notice.
What do these pinwheel things look like exactly?
They just look like little silver pinwheels. They're just interesting, because the wind.
Were they set in the wall or what?
Yeah, they're like a little off the wall.
They're basically the train goes by, the wind makes them spin, and there's something for you to see. They're installation art.
I see. So yeah. Did you notice at any point, were you watching the tracks, did you notice like tracks branching off and just going into a blank wall?
Not into a blank wall, but I will say that it did seem like the tram system, there are moments in a subway system, right, that it opens up a little bit and there's all these interchanges. And it seemed a little more complex than necessary for what I deemed to be just a back and forth tram system. But I'm sure there are a lot of reasonable explanations for that, other than we're transporting this car of Illuminati members off into the distance so that they can go to their underground
Chances
bunker.
are good that the tram system station where they do all their maintenance runs off the same line.
Mm-hmm.
And
it could be.
Yeah,
and they have to have multiple junctions. I mean, we have a train system here in Portland that I ride every day. And there are all kinds of junctions on that thing. The great thing is it's above ground, and I can see where they go into a big building where they work on them.
Where something's going on.
You don't know what, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, thanks for shooting that apart on me.
Yeah.
I totally had that solved.
Oh, they might work on them. I'm just saying that, it might be a...
No, I've actually been in those trains a lot. Else. They probably don't work on them.
They probably don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point, too.
The underground also, there's that fascinating defunct automated baggage system that I mentioned earlier.
Poor grandma's baggage.
Well, theorists suggest, I'm just using the term theorists, I'm not going to preface that one with anything, but we can all fill in the blank there. Suggest that there's something more nefarious going on down there, mostly because the system cost a bunch of money and never really worked.
Oh, it's not like we've never done that before?
Yeah. No, really. It looks like it was a cool concept, but I'm not totally sure why it never really worked. There's a lot of stuff flying around the internet about why it...
Tons of mechanical issues.
Yeah.
Bad design, I would say.
Some people say that it was too complex. Others say that it was a failed concept from the start. Still others say it's covering up something sinister, like an underground base for anything ranging from the American government to the Illuminati to, aliens.
Wait, did you just say the Illuminati?
I did.
Are you sure that's wise to bring those guys up?
We'll be okay.
I think we're going to be okay.
Can we get back to the automated baggage system real quick?
Yeah. Do you have more things to say?
No. I just have a very simple personal observation, which is if anybody were to build that baggage system today, it would work. You know why? Because we actually have decent computers that have good laser scanners for reading and barcodes and all that.
Yeah, robotics are a lot better than they were back in those days.
I don't know how that thing figured out what went where, but I'm guessing that was part of the problem, is it was probably a barely advanced past prototype stage thing, and that's why it never made it.
Well, I mean...
But they couldn't afford to pull it all out of the tunnel.
Honestly, though, I don't think that the computer system would have been really the big problem. Yes, it's 20 some odd years ago at this point. You're welcome, everyone. The 1995 was like more than 20 years ago. But
there's people that next year will get to drink. Yeah.
Okay, but scanners still existed. Computers were okay. It's not as though this is a highly complex task that we were asking computers and machines to do. It's fairly rudimentary. It should have been possible. It truly should have been possible. But for whatever reason, it wasn't.
But
I was about to launch into a host of, well, it's got to be this and that and this and that and this and all these details.
Oh, it absolutely
We're not going to go into that.
No.
My answer is it's simple as embedding RFID tags in those silly little baggage. That solves the entire problem.
Absolutely. But just, the simple idea of putting a scanner, they all have those barcodes on them anyways. That's how they do it right now anyways. It just takes the human element out of it.
To pick up the tag and scan it.
Should have been possible, but for whatever reason it wasn't.
No, actually, humanity has designed far more complex systems. I mean, look at the moon landings, for Christ's sakes. I mean, so it's possible.
Yeah.
But as we said, or as I said earlier, so they built all these tunnels. The tunnels can't be used for anything else because they couldn't afford to pull all the stuff out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were crammed with all these parts that were thousands of dollars, and you've abandoned the idea? You're not going to spend thousands of dollars a day for dudes to go in there with wrenches and pull it all out.
Yeah.
No, and they might actually be thinking at some point we can rehabilitate this whole thing.
Yeah.
With some advances in technology, we can actually make it work.
It's possible.
Yeah.
There's also several very unsubstantiated claims that
What do you mean by unsubstantiated?
that when DIA was first being built, 5 buildings were built somehow wrong and just buried.
Yeah, I like that. It's like, hey, you guys, you screwed the pooch. Bury these buildings.
Just bury them. Instead of tearing them down, they just buried them and then built the current airport on top of it.
Do you know how deep of a hole you'd have to dig or how much ground you'd have to stack on top to bury a single-story building?
I don't think these were not single-story buildings, were they?
They weren't single stories.
But that's my point.
Yeah, I mean...
Right, but on top of that, parts of the current DIA are underground.
Yeah.
So you'd have to bury it deep enough, and all while nobody saw it.
Yeah. Where do you get all the
Uh,
dirt for that? Because, if you just bury the buildings, then what you've got is you've got this big old hill right there in the middle of it, right next to your airport, right?
Right.
Which I can't see in any pictures or aerials or anything.
No, although there is that suspicious landfill not so far away.
Oh, yeah,
they could have just covered it with trash.
There is
Did
that.
you find anything
No,
on the landfill?
I'm just being a jerk. No.
I looked for information on the landfill, and I couldn't find it on the aerials.
Everybody screams about the landfill, and I couldn't find anything.
And I was there. I didn't notice a giant landfill, although, I don't...
53 square miles, it could be pretty far out there. But...
I guess, but I was around Denver and the airport for a while, so doing research, obviously.
Yeah, doing lots of research and drinking, but...
Yeah. Apparently the claims come from a quote-unquote construction company whistleblower, which, sure.
Yeah, this is one of those things that I think is one of those ones that I think people make up something that's just so preposterous that, how could anybody possibly believe it? And they just put it out on the internet and see who goes with it. Some people have.
I just don't understand how that is possible to raise the grade so much that you can bury a single or multi-story building.
Well, I guess I don't want to be a downer, but there is a news channel that's based in Denver that makes a habit of debunking DIA myths.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And this is one of the myths that they took on. So they were granted the access that I was denied because bureaucracy, man. Damn the man. They got to take their cameras down under to see what's really going on. And long story short, nothing.
Wait, were they in the baggage tunnels or?
Yeah, in all the tunnels.
The buried buildings?
There were no buried buildings.
No buried buildings?
No. But they were in all the tunnels under there, and it's pretty boring. It's eerie, for sure, but there's not really anything going on down there.
But of course, you've got to expect that the Illuminati and the New World Orderlies and all those people are probably
They're orderlies?
Yeah, the New World Orderlies, yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, you got to expect that these people are very adept at creating things like false walls and hidden
I guess
doorways.
in fairness, right, it would be a good tactic to say, oh, yeah, you can come down
Come
and
on down
see.
and look, yeah.
There's nothing down here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that door? Oh, that's an emergency exit.
Uh-huh.
It'll sound an alarm. Don't go through there. Don't do it.
Yeah, I know.
So in fairness,
TSA only is spray painted.
Yeah, like just written in Sharpie on it.
I love it.
Do not enter on like a piece of printer paper taped to the wall.
Yeah. You know, I would. Yeah, it would be really funny if you worked for the airport. You know, before you take them down to the tunnels, you take some sort of a fine tool to cut what looks like the outline of a door, you know, on the side of it, you know, and all that. And then what you do is you have what appears to be a nameplate or something like that. You make a little shadow of that, and then you have that pried off, you know, and everything like that. You just see if they notice it. And then if they do, it's just like, that's nothing.
That's right out of the Scooby-Doo episode, buddy.
Yeah, it totally is.
I never watched Scooby-Doo.
That explains so many things about you.
I know.
So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, this is one of those stories that it's so hard because there's so many things, and I'm using air quotes here. There's things that are mingled together. I don't know. It leaves a funny taste in my mouth. I don't know how to approach this one or what to say on it.
Yeah, I don't think there's very much to say about it.
No, you know, I gotta say too that people be more discriminating in your mystery. You know, this is just not a great. I mean, there's so much ink spilled over this mystery or mysteries, I guess, and there's so many better mysteries to spill ink over. Dudes, you know, stop wasting your time. Stop wasting valuable ones and zeros.
I think, you know, the thing, like I said earlier, the thing is, to me, is that I do think that if each of these, I don't know, mysteries were all separated out into different places, I'd be much more willing to say, oh, like, that's nothing. What are you talking about? But the fact that they're all there, you know, one half of my brain wants to say, well, yeah, I mean, it's a little weird. On the other hand, I want to say it's not that weird.
But the grouping of circumstances that happen to be odd together, I admit it's weird. But the problem is it then spawns so many other little urban myths around it. I mean, there's a myth, if I can't remember, was it the Queen or the President?
No, Queen.
It was the Queen of England was in Denver at some
buying
time.
land all around it.
Yeah. Well, go figure. Their money is tied up in real estate. It's an airport. What typically goes up around airports? Businesses!
Yeah.
That service the airport or use the airport. Like, it totally makes sense that they'd be buying that.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh no, that's so that they can rush the Queen there and in case of a nuclear event and stuff her in a tunnel.
Yeah, there was a thing about the asteroid, too, or the comet, I mean. And I was going to actually make notes about this, but I figured you would include it in your script, and so I didn't bother. But the comet was, we'll call it Comet
A. B.
Comet A, yeah, Comet A23.
No, AUAG.
Yeah, AUAG. It was due to come to within 22 miles of the Earth's surface, according to one of the pages that was out there, on the date of December, I think, 27th, 2011, something like that. And coincidentally, President Obama was in the Denver airport that same day because just in case there was an impact, you know, it's like there's massive bomb shelters right there. That's another thing is that the underground buildings and everything. Some of them say that there's this massive bomb shelter down there for all the elites and everything.
Yeah.
But of course, the comet actually didn't come any. It passed the Earth like months before that, and it didn't come 22 miles of our surface because we all would have heard about that.
Yes.
It was 22 million miles away from our surface.
Yeah.
So
there was one thing where there was some, there were coordinates that were released in conjunction with some huge conspiracy something, and everybody was saying, well, the coordinates are exactly where the Denver airport was, but the coordinates were released like 70 years prior, and they actually are like 55 miles away from the airport. You know, it's just, if there's somebody, I think it was the PR person for the Denver airport, is quoted as saying, if there's a conspiracy theory, it's linked to the Denver airport. And I think that's true.
I would not actually be surprised if that person or maybe persons working for the Denver airport are putting this stuff out. It's got to be fun as hell. Think about it.
Probably.
You're going to work at this great new airport, and then you have to wait a year and a half for your job, and you're angry at it. So, you know, I'm just going to come up, oh, well, I noticed this was weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
It's not costing them any business.
No.
No.
If anything, it's gaining business.
Yeah.
The rest of us still have to fly through there because
Pretty
every
much.
airline goes through it. Yeah.
So, if you want to read some of the links for our research or see any of the pictures that we were talking about, that will all be on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com.
Mm-hmm.
You can listen to and download our episodes there. You can also listen to and download our podcast on iTunes, which is probably what you're doing. If you do, don't forget to subscribe. Also, leave us a comment and a rating.
A good rating?
It doesn't matter
please?
what kind of rating. Joe likes good ones. I don't really care.
I prefer them.
I just don't read them.
Yeah, I don't either anymore.
Well, read the comments.
People are mean.
Yeah, people are nice too, though. So
Yeah,
it's okay.
that's the hard
Yeah.
part. Gotta be a good. Oh!
Yeah, so you can also stream us on literally anything that streams we're on now at this point. You can connect with us on Facebook. We have the group and the page, so find us, friend us, like us, as Joe says. You can also follow us on Twitter, Thinkin' Sideways.
Don't forget, of course, we've got the T-shirts and everything.
Oh, we have merchandise, T-shirts, phone cases. I have a phone case. It's pretty awesome. I think we have a nightlight.
We have a nightlight and a coffee mug.
And a coffee mug. You can find a link to that on our on our website.
It's on our website.
Not on our Facebook.
Well, it's above the donate button.
It's right above the donate button on the right sidebar. And then I guess the last bit is if you want to talk to us about this or any other mystery, you have suggestions, you're an expert in something that you want to contribute to the show, send us an email, thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Well, I guess with that, I'm going to fly on out of here.
I knew you were going to say
Yeah.
that. So corny.
You are.
I'm just going to say toodaloo.
I booked a ticket.
Oh, God, that's the worst.
Worse than fly on out of here.
Yeah.
No.
You guys, just say goodbye. You notice you can't spell dedication without dead.
I think that has to be an Easter egg.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there, this is Steve.
This is Devin.
This is Joe.
I forgot how we were doing it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Put us together in this little room with these squeaky chairs, and, well, this is Thinking Sideways, the podcast.
Whoa. Synergy.
Yep, this is the show where we try to rationally look at unexplained mysteries, phenomena, weird stuff in general, I guess. People have been asking us how we would describe the show, so I think that's kind of an okay way, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a no.
Try to sort out the BS and the truth.
Yep.
If we can.
But anyway, we're doing something a little different tonight. We're always trying to mix things up, do things a little differently, see how they work. And one of the things that we've been talking about is the fact that we're getting a lot of suggestions, which is fantastic, and we're finding a lot of stories. But unfortunately, those stories are kind of small. They wouldn't be enough to fill an entire show on their own.
Yeah, and we have definitely gotten a lot of feedback that people like longer shows than shorter shows. So we didn't really want to do just like, a couple 15-minute, 20-minute long shows because that just kind of felt like
that's
cheating.
no fun.
That's cheating our listeners.
But so what we decided to do is go ahead and combine a couple of stories and run through several in one episode.
Yeah.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about holes.
That's right.
As in holes in the ground.
Oh.
Holes in the ground.
Holes in the ground. Yeah, I know. It sounds really interesting, but it actually kind of is.
It totally is.
It totally is.
We found some pretty interesting stories.
Found some good holes out there.
So we got three different stories that we're going to run through tonight. And Joe, you're going to start us out.
Yeah, I'm going to start out. Before I start with my main story, which is Mel's Hole, which some of you may have heard about. In my meanderings around the interwebs, investigating Mel's Hole, I stumbled across another really cool hole called the well to hell. And
I've seen that.
Yes, the well to hell. So
I haven't. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so the Russian
In 10
scientists,
seconds.
Russian scientists in an unknown place in Siberia drilled a hole that went 9 miles down, and then at 9 miles down, it hit a cavity. And so they were intrigued at what they had come across, and so they lowered some temperature sensing gear and a microphone into the hole. So 9 miles down.
Oh, I do
And
know
recorded
this actually.
And they recorded the screams of the damned. So in other words, they had found hell, and their temperature measuring equipment apparently put the temperature in there at about 2,000 degrees. Anyway, so the well to hell.
Yeah, we know that's not a real story.
No, it's total BS.
Yeah, that appeared on the internet and ran like wildfire, and then thankfully died off, except for the one link that you managed to find on it.
Yeah, and the actual recording apparently was taken from some other recording or a movie soundtrack.
Yeah. It is fairly terrifying, that recording, if it's like late at night and you're just totally in that mindset where you're buying into everything, and you listen to it and you're like, worst thing ever, but obviously it was
not real.
Obviously
but let's talk about the real holes.
Okay, well,
or at least what we believe to be real holes.
Well, let's talk about the real hole, the real deal, Mel's hole. This was a suggestion from one of our listeners, Jennifer. Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate the suggestion. So Mel's hole is the story begins in the late '90s when a guy named Mel Waters called into the Art Bell show. And Art Bell was a San Francisco-based broadcaster, kind of like Clyde Lewis, kind of one of those guys that specializes
late night talk show, mysterious,
specializes in Bigfoot, UFOs, all that stuff.
Got it.
He would talk about this stuff. So Mel Waters calls in and he says that he owned a piece of property in the middle of Washington near a town called Ellensburg, and he said that there was a hole on his property that was about 9 feet wide or something like that, surrounded by a concrete block wall, like a well would be. But the hole, according to Mel, was bottomless. And he said he'd dropped stuff in there and he'd never hear it hit bottom. And he said that people around the area had been throwing their trash in there for years and years and years, and never filled it up. And then
that's environmentally sensitive.
I know. And then what else did he say? It had some certain magical properties. Animals, for example, would not go anywhere near it. Even birds, they wouldn't. And he said that somebody had a dog, and his dog died, and so he threw the dog down the well. Which, really, I know. I mean, what a sentimental guy, you know? It's like, you don't bury the dog in the yard. No, you can just go throw him in with all the other garbage. But anyway, so this guy threw his dog into Mel's hole, and then sometime after that, he saw the dog again.
In town or something?
Alive. There's two different versions of it. One is that he saw it out in the woods by itself running along like it was chasing something.
Mm-hmm.
And another version is he saw the dog and he was walking with some other person. And when he called to the dog wouldn't come to him.
Oh, I actually heard an even different version of that story, that he threw it down and like he was sure it was dead. He threw the dog down the well, but like as the dog was falling down, he could hear it like barking, like it had like come back alive and was just falling.
So it must have just been in a coma.
Yeah. Doggy coma.
Coma. Well, I bet he was feeling kind of regretful at that point.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, somebody actually, they were, Mel apparently, he went in discussion with Art Bell, was talking about various ways to figure out how deep this hole is. And somebody actually, somebody called into the show and suggested throwing a cat down there.
What?
So you could hear the cat screaming and yowling the whole way down until it stopped, and that's when you know it hit bottom.
This is a sensitive bunch.
Yeah, seriously, I don't think he ever did that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not condone animal cruelty
at
all.
No, please do not do any of that.
Not at all. No, please. Yeah. Mel took a roll of lifesavers and tied him to a fishing line. And he reportedly lowered the lifesavers down about 1,500 feet, and then brought them back up. And they were intact; they weren't wet, so it hadn't obviously hit the water table or anything like that. It's not full of water. And then he claims that he.
You have a.
No, I just feel like that's wrong, but okay.
Yeah.
I also am kind of I'm trying to conceptualize 1,500 feet,
That's a lot of fish line.
How high do airplanes fly usually, right?
Jetliners go about 35,000.
35. So it's I don't know, like, is it like a big pink?
A football field is 100 yards. The playing surface, not the end zones, is 100 yards. And there's how many feet in a yard?
3.
So that would be 300 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking, according to this, then that is 5 football fields.
See, that, I'm sorry, I don't know if this is because I'm a lady or what, but that does not help me at all.
Yeah.
Can you get, like, buildings? Like, can you reference, like, what a building in this area is similar?
Okay, so for reference, the Empire State Building is 1,250 feet tall.
So it's a little bit deeper than the Empire State Building?
It is tall, yeah.
And didn't hit the water.
Didn't hit water, didn't hit bottom.
I also, I guess the other thing is that, like, I don't know that a roll of lifesavers is necessarily heavy enough for me to, like, once it's down far enough, I don't know that I would notice if I was.
Well, they're nothing but
just
sugar, so they would start to dissolve as soon
in the
as
water.
they hit the water.
Sure, but I guess my thing is that, like, if it hit bottom, I don't know that I would necessarily be like, oh yeah, it's still.
Oh, if it snagged on something or hit
something like that.
an outcropping.
Yeah, you don't. And the thing about it is I have no idea what kind of line he was using. But 1,500 feet of line is going to weigh. It's going to weigh more than the lifesavers themselves.
Yeah.
So he could actually, have hit bottom and still have tension on the line.
Yeah.
From all that weight.
Right. That's exactly kind of what I'm saying. Is that like it just seems like it would be hard to tell what.
All right, so there's an issue right there.
Okay, so sorry.
Well, but no, it gets better.
Oh,
so after his unsuccessful experiment with the lifesavers, he went and got himself a whole bunch more line. And he lowered, he put supposedly a 1 pound weight on the end of this line, started lowering it down.
I just feel like he needs to be using more weight. I just throw that out there.
I would have come up with a better solution. My solution would have been to turn a radio on, set it to transmit like a walkie-talkie, and just drop it and time it. When it stops transmitting, you've hit the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's.
But
not a bad
don't
idea.
they hit a range?
How do you mean?
Like there's a range that, like, I remember as a kid, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Walkie-talkies.
I think Joe's talking about better walkie-talkies than what we had as a kid that quit when I was halfway across the yard.
All right, that's fair.
They were black and had the little orange tip on the end of the radio.
Yeah, by the time I was a kid, we had, like, colors and, like, they were good. And
anyway, Joe, you were saying.
So he started lowering this thing down, and when he'd run out of line, he would tie on a new spool of line and keep lowering. So he lowered that thing down, he claims, 80,000 feet.
What? Okay, wait. How far away is the moon from us? Like, how many feet is the moon away from us?
Okay, so the moon is 240,000 miles away from us. A mile is 5,280. I don't have a calculator on me, and I'm too lazy to...
It's 5,000 feet,
it's lots.
basically.
Okay, never mind.
So it's not the distance to the moon.
No.
So not the distance to the moon.
No, but 80,000 feet, that's miles. I mean, that's...
But, okay, so I guess, like, another question is, like, how thick do we calculate the Earth's crust to be? It's not that thick, right?
Nah, not really,
It's only a couple miles.
It's a couple miles deep.
Yeah.
But only, like, 8,000 feet.
80,000, yeah.
You're getting...
You're getting pretty far down there.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
You're getting there.
I'm not even sure, again, what the strength of the line he was using was. But, at the end of that, you would think that the weight of the line itself would be so much that it would break the line.
Yeah.
I mean, So anyway, but it gets better, though. Apparently, after he publicized the existence of this mysterious hole. Oh, and by the way, there's other stuff going on too. Like for example, some people claim to have seen a column of black light coming out of it and going up into the sky.
Black light, as in the black lights from the 60s?
No, just what they call. I guess he called it anti-light.
Oh, so like a shadow.
Yeah.
But like a column shadow.
Yeah, like an anti-flashlight shining out of the hole and up into the sky. So there are people that have actually been dedicating themselves to going out and looking for this thing.
All right.
But before I talk to that, I guess I should tell a little bit more of Mel's story. Apparently, after he brought this to light, the government showed up.
Men in Black?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, it was Men in Black, wasn't it?
Here come the Men in Black. Yeah, those guys.
And so they show up one day and they say basically you can't come onto your property. There's been a and he said there's no evidence of a plane crash, but these guys wouldn't let him on his property. And eventually he said that the government leased the property from him for $250,000 a month, and this allowed him to. Yeah, the nice, tidy little sum of money. And so,
ladies and gentlemen, you can't see the raised eyebrow that I have right now. Going, huh?
Yeah. So they leased the land from him for this princely sum.
Well, wasn't there like a big caveat that went with it though?
What was that?
What didn't they say? Okay, we're going to lease this land from you for this amount of money, but you cannot be on American soil.
I've heard that. The other one is that he just wanted to move to Australia, and they've sort of facilitated his move, but not that they've.
Oh, so Mel left the country.
Mel went to Australia for a couple of years. Where
I didn't know that.
He engaged in wombat research, he says.
So the impetus for me asking that is because, as I'm sure you're about to talk about, as soon as Mel comes back from Australia, the minute that story goes, at least, the minute he set foot on American soil, his money was all taken away from him. All of it was taken away from him, and he had nothing, and he was just trying, he had to, like, get a money order from his nephew to, like, make it back to his property. So there's like a little more in-depth Men in Blackage happening there.
Weird stuff going on.
Yeah, so I don't know, there are two conflicting stories about that, obviously.
Yeah, he hasn't, so I don't know exactly. He claims that the government served him with papers and basically seized his property.
Does anybody know if he'd been filing his taxes?
No, I have no idea. Nobody knows.
That's usually a good reason for the government to seize your property. Yeah, they know you have something worth value.
Yeah.
Nobody actually knows if Mel even exists. Apparently, the people who checked the rolls, like the voter rolls and just the telephone directories and everything else for Ellensburg and surrounding area, and they found no record of anybody named Mel Waters living there at all.
Although, let's be fair, if you're going to call a conspiracy show with something like this,
maybe you'll want to give him a fake name.
Yeah.
So after he returned, they seized his land, and then Mel got on a bus in Tacoma, Washington, headed for Olympia. There was an altercation on the bus, and the police showed up. They asked Mel to give a statement, and Mel wanted to just leave. And the police said that they would give him a ride in their van.
Their van?
In a police van.
Yeah, why not?
So he didn't need to get on the bus, so he could stick around and give a statement. So anyway, he gets in the van, and that's the last thing he remembers. He wakes up 12 days later in an alley in San Francisco. He had been beaten. His molars were missing. They pulled his molars. And there's evidence
that would have woken somebody up.
Yeah, and there was evidence that he had been hooked up to an IV. And he had a homemade. One of his hobbies is making belt buckles, and his belt buckle had been stolen. And by the way, when he checked his bank account for all that money the government had been giving him, it was all gone. It had vanished.
Of course.
Yeah, and Mel's story gets even more strange, and I'm not going to get into everything because Mel had further adventures down in Nevada where he found a second hole that had similar properties.
But here's the let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do we know where Mel's hole is?
No, there's only, and this is the thing that's kind of mysterious. It's like, according to Mel Waters, everybody in the area knew of it because they were throwing all their crap down it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but strangely enough, nobody knows where it is. There's one guy that lives in the area. His name is Red Elk, and he claims to be an Indian shaman. I can't forget. He's got a white guy name too, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But so he claims that his father first took him there in 1961, and he's been back there many times. But he's also led numerous expeditions to try to find the hole, with no success. I was reading a news account in one of the local papers about a bunch of people that went out on a hunt for the hole, and Red Elk took the lead, but they didn't find any holes.
Was it Red Elk that did the Coast to Coast interview, or Coast to Coast AM interview, or was it Mel that did that interview?
That was Mel Waters.
Or at least ostensibly.
Yeah, Mel Waters did that. Red Elk actually does exist because I saw a news report on a Washington station about Mel's hole, and he gave a little bit of an interview.
Interesting.
And yeah, it was funny too. They're on this road out in the woods, and the news lady that is doing the report, he's like standing there next to the camera, and she's heading up the road supposedly towards where the hole might be, and he's going, "You shouldn't go up there." And he's all maybe
mysterious.
Maybe that's why they'd never found the hole. Is Red Elk is afraid to find the hole.
That could be.
Yeah, I don't know. So anyway,
nobody's ever found this thing.
No,
for all we know, it's hyperbole.
Yeah, nobody's found the hole. It could be that the government, when they had control of it, maybe they filled it in.
No, it was
all
bottomless.
80,000 feet of it. The government's got a lot of garbage.
Or covered it. You could just cover it, right? I mean, like right, like a trap, those like traps in the middle of the woods where you just like cover it with like a net and then like put leaves over
you
it.
You put a rug over it like the Bugs Bunny cartoon and then put leaves on it. Nobody will find it.
Nobody will ever find it.
Well, what I think they probably did is they put a holographic projector just inside the hole, and it projects what appears to be three-dimensional ground. So it looks, you could be standing right next to the hole, and it just looks like another patch of ground.
But they also put a weird electrical fence around it, so if you like went that way, you would get like an uncomfortable electric shock. So you would be like, oh, I better not go that way because something's weird there. To keep people from walking into the hole.
Actually, it might be too. They've got like sort of an electric eye tripwire and speakers, and when you trip that, the speakers go off and they sound the brown note. And so you know what the brown note is, right?
No.
I feel like Toucan Sam. I'm surrounded by Fruit Loops right now.
I like the idea of the brown note, but that was on an episode of a hard-hitting documentary episode called of South Park.
And Mythbusters,
and this one note makes people poop their pants. And so you're out there, and all of a sudden you poop your pants, and what are you going to do? You're going to run back to your car, and you're not going to
hang out.
You're not going to just hang out. With all
Keep trooping around.
You might. It depends on the kind of person you are. So I guess, I mean, is that it for Mel's Hold? Are there like any
people? I know people have been looking for it for years, and I believe that who was it that suggested this? It was Jennifer.
Oh yeah, Jennifer.
I know she said that she went to college in that area, and that was one of those things. It's kind of like a snipe hunt. They would just go out in the woods, looking for Mel's Hole.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe what Mel Waters said, it's somewhere like about 9-10 miles west of Ellensburg. So it's not a huge area. You could actually comb that pretty well and probably find something.
If he was telling the truth about the direction, or he was good at direction, he might be like me who doesn't know north from up.
Yeah.
Well, north is up.
See, that's my problem. Everybody keeps affirming that I'm right, and then I look at stuff and I'm wrong.
What's the problem here? I don't understand.
All right, so those of you who still think the hole might exist and still want to go out and look for it, I've got one piece of advice that'll really help you narrow your search down a long ways, which is the hole has got to be next to a road. The reason for this is Mel Waters, if you're going to believe what he says everybody was throwing their junk in there. So you're not going to strap your old dead refrigerator to your back and hoof it like half a mile into the woods to throw it in the hole. So it's got to be right next to a road. And not a 2-lane highway even, not even a little gravel road. It could be just a little mud track, but there has to be vehicular access to the hole. Take that, and you don't even need to get out of your car to go look for Mel's Hole. All right, so there is a local geologist whose name is Jack Powell. He was cited in a newspaper article, a very recent one, as saying he thinks that there is an abandoned gold mine in the area, and it's not bottomless, but it's about 300 feet deep, perhaps. And he says that perhaps that's what somebody saw that, and that's what they think the hole is. But he said that he knows of no other holes around, and he said, also, being a geologist would be the kind of person you'd want to talk to about stuff like this.
Presumably.
He said that the problem with a bottomless well is that the deeper down you get, the greater the pressure of the surrounding, and so it would collapse.
Oh, the force of the earth, the weight of the earth would force it to close on itself at the bottom.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That does.
Yeah, he says it's...
Oddly, this scientist is making sense.
I know, but yeah.
Weird.
So he says it's geologically impossible. The other thing is that it's at some point it's going to go below the water table and not that far down.
That's kind of been my problem.
Unless
particularly
it's
in Washington.
Impermeable. Yeah. I remember going to a lava tube up by Mount St. Helens. It's called Little Red River.
Yeah.
And it's closed to the public, but my friends and I have a special sneaky way in. And anyway, but that one goes down for a long ways. It goes continually downward until you get to this point where water starts coming in through cracks in the walls because it's below the water table. And then you go on a little bit further and you get to this spot where there's sort of an underground lake down there because the entire thing is filled up with water.
Yeah.
And, and that's not that far down, really.
Yeah, and you don't have to get that far down, like in Ape Caves, for instance. That doesn't necessarily go.
And that's out on the Oregon
table.
coast, right?
No, it's by Mount St. Helens.
Yeah.
I think it's Seal Caves.
Yeah.
On the coast,
it's actually just a few miles from this other one that I'm talking about, Little Red River Cave.
Yeah, so it's just, the thing of it is that, in the Pacific Northwest, we get a lot of rain. Our ground is fairly saturated with water. And the Ape Caves is not below the water table, as far as I know. But the water, it's always wet down there. It's always wet down there because, you know, the water seeps through just because it rains or whatever. And there's always water down there. And, you know, even when you're crawling into the very deepest bottom ones, you know, it's always wet down there. And, you know, if it's just a pit, the water is going to collect. It just, water goes places and...
Path of least resistance.
Rainwater and stuff like that will fill it up, too.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, even if it's somehow not at the water table. Yeah, that whole, you hit the water table. It's just part of being on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, you think it would have been found by now with things like, what's that website? Google Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have found it by now.
Yeah, no, I actually got on Google Earth and I looked, I looked and looked and looked and I didn't see a hole.
Shocking.
That's because it projects black light and the camera can't focus on it.
That could be. It might have blinded the satellite.
Yep,
yeah,
that's
a good point.
Yeah. So actually, you know what I think it is I think it's a hole for the lizard people to use. Dude, it's the lizard people. I want to talk about the lizard people for a minute.
You love the idea of the lizard people.
They're going to steal our water. From the water table has been decimated there. My hole is obviously proof of this. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
So the hole that I want to talk about is Devil Kettle Hole. Or Devil Kettle Falls.
Yeah.
And it's in Minnesota. Okay, it's in northern Minnesota, pretty close to the border.
Where the mosquitoes are?
Yeah, where the mosquitoes are. It's
that's really specific, Joe.
So it's our Magny State Park, which is this huge state park, pretty much on the border of Canada and Minnesota.
It's Lake Superior, right?
It's really close to Lake Superior, and the falls are about 1.5 miles from Lake Superior itself. I think they're the lowest falls, but I don't know that for sure. The Brule, are we going to say it's the Brule River?
Brule?
Essentially what happens is this river, through a lot of series of falls, drops 800 feet from where it starts to Lake Superior. This particular fall is a 50-foot drop. One half of it makes this drop at least.
One half?
One half. So, you know, at the top of falls, how often there will be a rock in the middle and they split off into two different.
Is this the rock that in the Looney Tunes cartoons? You remember back Yosemite Sam would be trying to paddle away from, and then that's what he'd be stuck in the middle of the falls on?
Yeah, this is literally the Looney Tunes rock. Okay, so it divides the Brule, or whatever, however you say it, river.
I say Brule.
Brule?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just going to not say the name of the river anymore.
So it divides the river.
So it divides this river into two, and it's pretty much solid two halves. One half makes the 50-foot drop and continues on to the 1.5 miles to Lake Superior. The other half drops into what's called a kettle, or a pothole kind of thing. It's just a hole.
It's a hole in the rock.
Basically a hole in the rock. Drops into the hole in the rock and goes... Who knows?
Mysterious.
So we've just got one giant... I mean, I'm assuming water's pouring 20, 30, 40 feet
drop.
in. Oh,
it's a 10-foot drop. Yeah, it's
but that's
fairly
got to be,
short.
It's a lot of noise and activity, but the water level never rises. It just...
drops. 10 feet and then goes somewhere.
Weird.
Very weird.
So, as far as it's called Devil Kettle Fall because as far as we know, the water goes... just straight to hell. I mean, really, truly, that's literally, as far as we know, it could go straight into hell. It could go into this place that apparently the Nazis recorded into the hole into hell. Because here's the deal. It's apparently an immense amount of water, and I looked everywhere, and I could not find good statistics on how much water, per hour or per year, flows down this river, how much flows into this kettle, anything like that. But everyone I've ever read has referred to it as an immense amount of water, and it just disappears. The standing theory is that it runs underground for a while and eventually empties into the lake or back into the river.
Oh, farther downstream.
Yeah, further downstream or just straight into the lake. But efforts to prove this have been really unsuccessful. Scientists, and I'm like using air quotes here because some people who study this are scientists, some are just drunk hikers, have dropped, things varying from vibrant dyes to ping pong, like massive amounts of ping pong balls to
rubber ducks.
Not rubber ducks, but logs. And there's a claim that a car has been dropped into this thing.
I saw that.
How do you get a car into that thing?
Well, it's not even like how do you get it into that thing, but like you have to hike to it. I mean, it's just like a foot trail. So I don't know how much I believe the car situation, but logs.
Took it apart, packed it in one piece at a time, reassembled it to throw it in.
Well, it might be. They might have like. I mean, there might be a road that crosses somewhere upstream. They could have tied logs to the car and driven it into the river and just floated downstream.
That seems like an immense amount of effort just to get rid of a car.
Yeah, it does.
So I don't know about the car, but definitely logs. And then, just like natural stuff that goes down a river. Twigs,
rocks,
debris, rocks, things like
Sounds
that.
like a great place to get rid of a body.
Yeah.
Joe, again, with the dumping of bodies, you really weird me out sometimes.
The good news is this is really far away, so you would have to actively go.
I'm okay. I'll have to get rid of my body somewhere closer because getting a body into a suitcase and onto the airplane to fly to Minnesota is it's difficult.
Okay, all right.
So no worries. I'm not actually going to do it.
So they've dumped all this stuff down this kettle, right? And literally none of it has resurfaced ever.
Well,
just ever.
So the dyes they don't see them coming out somewhere in the lake.
Nope.
Ping pong balls aren't mysteriously appearing in Lake Superior, and I can imagine logs nobody could tell.
Right. I mean, and that's fair, but I guess the other thing that people bring up in this situation, right, is that it hasn't backed up. There's not like a natural dam that's happened, so it doesn't seem to be like filtering things, right? It's not just like going underwater into just natural water table or anything like that.
You would think that eventually they
would
dumping
back
out
up.
crap down there that it would clog the thing up.
Yeah, and it's this has been around for thousands of years.
It's got to have been around for a long time.
Yeah, so it would have naturally backed up if it were filtering this stuff out. Okay, I guess there are problems with the underground river theory. First, the rock that comprises this riverbed is like really, really hard.
And so the underground river theory, just to make sure I understand how this is working, you're saying that it's going down and it's hitting basically the water table?
So no. There are a couple theories, and we're going to kind of get into these,
I just want to understand how the underwater or the underground river thing works.
People pretty much don't think that it hits the water table because it would have backed up in this kind of dam, so like we would see more water. It would have been slower, or like we would see it falling into a lake or something like that.
Or overflowing out of the hole.
Yeah. So people are pretty much not saying that it just hits the water table and is absorbed in any way. They're saying that it's like a river, and ostensibly in like a lava tube.
In the place where this happens, where the double kettle is, how high above the elevation of Lake Superior is that?
I think it's only like 50 feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, no, I think it's more than 50 feet, but it's not. I mean, it's a mile and a half away.
I think this is the last fall. So
it's one of the last falls, so it's not that high above the lake.
Yeah.
I know some people that actually explored an underground river in Guatemala.
Well,
and it's like it was a huge expedition.
Yeah. So underground rivers are, I think, honestly, the most solid theory, right? So I kind of want to talk about that.
Okay. I was just trying to understand how that works.
Right. So that it would be through mainly the most viable theory I've heard is that it's like a lava tube. Underground river.
It's a hole in the ground somehow that it's flowing down. Okay, I can run with that. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
There's the river itself, like it continues on. Is there a point in the river where suddenly there's a whole bunch more water in it?
Nope. Not as far as anyone can tell.
Are there any mysterious rivers that just pop out of the ground anywhere nearby?
No.
Okay, I'm going to solve this mystery. Yeah. It's in the middle of Oregon, Central Oregon. There's a river called the Metolius River, which in cosmological terms is just right next door to Devil's Kettle Falls. So the Metolius is really a pretty unique river in the sense that most rivers start off as just little trickles, like little
tributaries flowing into a larger body.
Little trickles that turn into little streams that turn into creeks, and they all join together. And so basically, a bunch of little streams come together and form a river. The Metolius is unique in that it just pops up out of the ground. It's not composed of a lot of little tributaries. There's two big springs, and all this water just comes pouring out of these springs and heads on downstream.
So Joe's theory is that somehow this water makes it
several thousand miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Through a few ranges of mountains.
Oh, yeah.
Negating all laws of physics that we know.
Well, have you not heard of interdimensional travel?
Okay, so so let's just go ahead and let's go back.
Okay. Anyway,
so,
it's interesting though. The Metolius is actually kind of the inverse of this river.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it totally is. The first thing that I want to bring up with the underground river theory is that the rock that comprises this riverbed is really, really hard. Like rhyolite and basalt.
Rhyolite?
I think that's how you pronounce that, right? Rhyolite?
Rhyolite. Yeah. No, I know basalt is super hard. I'm familiar with that one.
Rhyolite is actually harder than basalt.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm not familiar with that one.
So you can say, but Devin, you're saying, maybe there's a fault line that crushed the rock into more permeable pebbles, and that was fine, and that's totally a thing, right? Right?
Possibly.
But not in Minnesota, not northern Minnesota. The problem is that there's no evidence to suggest a fault line other than the fact that a river disappears.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like going into super permeable pebbles or anything like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the next theory would be that there's a lava tube.
Okay.
Which do form in basalt. Lava tubes do form in basalt. But
are there any volcanoes anywhere nearby?
Well, no. So that's the thing, right, is that basalt forms lava tubes by flowing down like the slope of a volcano, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So the shell cools faster than the inside and forms a more solid.
Yeah. What happens is they form. They go down the hillside essentially, and as literally a river of lava, like a stream. And then as they go along,
the outside cools.
The top, what happens is eventually they form a crust over the top that cools, and that cools faster than the center of it.
And the center continues to flow.
And the center continues to flow on out. And so, that's how they're formed. But in this particular case, has there been any volcanic activity?
Well, so
in
the
area?
basalt that formed in this area I don't remember what it's called, I gotta be honest with you, but it's formed by lava oozing out of like a fissure, and just like it oozes out in sheets.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I did see that.
So that basalt is like super hard, just sheets. It doesn't have any kind of tube system. There's no evidence for any kind of tube system.
And I think I read that, and I was reading how that kind of lava works, and it took me a bit, and I was like, well, but lava's lava, right?
Yeah, the way I would describe it is like, so a fissure is just like basically just like a big old cut in the earth, right? So it's a cut that like opened up, and the blood is like, or the lava is oozing out, as opposed to like a puncture wound, which would form. Would you say that's fairly accurate way to describe it?
Yeah, but
in like a kind of gross term.
if there's volcanic activity nearby.
Right, but
we're talking
it wasn't.
A long time
it was
ago,
like millions of years ago. It was just like a fissure. There wasn't any volcanic activity. It was just that the Earth split open at one point and it flowed out into this big sheet.
So there's no lava tubes.
Not
there,
a lava
basically.
tube. Basically.
Yeah.
But, I guess even if we ignore the science of this, right? The problem still persists that scientists can't figure out where this water is just dumping out, right?
They need to just dump some massive quantities of oil down it, and then just see where the oil slick pops up.
Well, but that's the problem, right? Is that they've done that with other things that are less harmful, right? Dyes that are, I guess ostensibly don't harm, or ping pong balls, things that, particularly if you were out in the, there's a ping pong ball, or like there's a couple ping pong balls, you'd probably mention it to somebody, and they'd be like, yeah, they did that study, cool, it's dumping out into Lake Superior. So that's kind of my other problem with this, is that even if it were by some, like miracle, underground lava tube that went underground and it didn't even dump out on the shores, right? It dumped out like in the middle of Lake Superior. If you dump a bunch of dye or ping pong balls or anything like that, and it's flowing down this river and it just pops out in the middle of Lake Superior, people are going to report things like that.
And the weird thing is, why hasn't this thing plugged up?
Right.
Yeah, they're stuffing so much crap down it. You think it'd be plugged up?
Yeah, you would think that just natural things would plug it up eventually.
What I don't understand why they're not doing is, you could divert that water and let that thing empty out, and then just head on down there with the rope and see what's going on.
I mean, that's kind of my thing right now, right? There's a YouTube video that we should link to of somebody who went like part of the way down into this kettle and kind of videotaped what's going on, and you can see the river hits and it hits on the rock and then it flows down. It just kind of looks like one of those things where I know it's crazy dangerous empirically in my head that it would be a dumb idea for anybody to just like walk down that thing. But I just want to jump down that thing and ride it out like a stupid log ride, like Splash Mountain.
Hope you can hold your breath, yeah.
And just see what is going on down there. You know, it's just so surprising with like all of the technology that we have with like shockproof cameras and things like that we haven't just like boxed a camera up. We can send cameras into the middle of hurricanes. So we know we have the technology. Yeah, we haven't just like thrown a camera down there and seen like what's going on.
Yeah. I have two things about this. So what I found really fascinating was when I was reading about how they think the kettle itself formed. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if either of you came across this. Is basically when water's pouring into a depression, it kind of makes a vortex, which essentially makes a water drill, and so the water is just drilling that hole out deeper and deeper, which is essentially how we got this hole.
That was kind of the theory that people were talking about, is that like it had drilled out the really hard rhyolite into a slightly less hard basalt lava tube, mm-hmm. and that was where everything was going. But I just don't. Well, there's no scientific evidence that.
And limestone is the rock that's notorious for being easily eroded by water.
Yeah, but we're like thousands of miles away at this
limestones,
point.
There's not. If I remember reading correctly, there's not a lot of limestone out there.
No, well, not in this area.
Yeah,
we're like a couple thousand miles away from the closest.
The thing that I think about, that I wonder about, mm-hmm. is. This thing's been there for eons, mm-hmm. and one of the things that happened in that area a long, long time ago was there was glaciers scraping along, which is part of how we have the lakes, the Great mm-hmm. Lakes. That's part of what formed them. So I almost wonder, and this is totally going on a limb, but a glacier comes through and it scrapes a giant trough out, and then there's some kind of volcanic activity that blows across the top and fills it up, and so you got a big void under the bottom. I mean, I'm totally spitballing here, but I'm just using two natural things to explain another natural thing.
Yeah, I guess,
I'm probably out in left field.
Well, my big problems with that, right, are that geologists have put a lot of thought into this thing, and I assume that one of them would have thought of that if it was a viable
Oh, no. Right? I think that I might be the first one to come up with this, and I might be right.
That, like, if you, I guess it's like frosting a cake to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you've got this crack in your cake, and you take your frosting, and what does it do? Does it just gloss right over it, or does it fill in that crack and gloss over it?
Does it fill the entire crack?
It fills the
top of the crack.
I would say like 90% of it.
Well, I think we need
How many cakes have you made?
A lot.
Let's bake a cake.
I'll go with your judgment then.
Let's bake a cake and confirm this.
Yeah. I mean, that would just be my, and frosting is definitely more rigid than like, so if you're going to do like a glaze, it definitely fills that in, which would be a more accurate comparison.
I got it.
So I guess that's.
I could see it being just going into a cave and coming out somewhere else, because like I said, I knew people who were cavers who explored one of these things in Guatemala. But if it's not that much of a drop to the lake, though, so I don't know.
It's just hard. It's rough. I mean, I don't know.
This particular cave that they went to was amazing, because the river actually went into the side of the mountain and just disappeared, and it came out the other side. So they went down in wetsuits and with just tons of rope and gears and stuff, and drove pitons into the side of the cave, because there were vertical drops and then horizontal, and then they had to go vertical drops again.
Well, and that's what I just want people to do here, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I really think you could solve the mystery by diverting the water and just sending some people down on ropes with wetsuits and stuff, and just go down a ways. I mean, obviously, you can't go down too far. Certainly, 80,000 feet, maybe. I don't know.
All right.
But
shall we move on, or did you have any more on this?
No, that's all I have.
No, I don't know. It's just it's a mystery.
The lizard people are stealing our water again, man.
It may well be.
Freaking lizard people.
Oh, and before I forget, this was a listener suggestion too. Tom, right? I think it's been a while. I'm really sorry.
He's just a bit ago. But
anyways, thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, well now we got mine, which I cheated.
What?
I didn't pick one hole.
I
have 6,900 of them.
I'm sorry. How many?
We were only going to talk about 3 holes. Hello.
Yeah. Well, you added that other goofy one in the beginning.
That's true.
So.
Yeah.
I stuck to my guns.
Well to hell.
Yeah. Well, I cheated. Yeah. Now we have to talk about it.
No.
What I found is the band of holes in Peru.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll give you a pass on this one.
Because it is just basically one giant string of holes.
Yeah.
What we've got here is, it's like I said, the band of holes is 6,900 uniform holes in the ground. They're in the Pisco Valley, which is on the Nazca Plateau, which is in Peru. And the Nazca Plateau, people have probably heard about it. That's where the Nazca lines are, those giant lines that are carved in the top of a plateau that when you see the satellite, you see they're like birds and weird stuff. Is it the Aztecs that people think built those?
No, the Aztecs were in Mexico. So the Inca.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's who it is.
So this is in an area that's known for doing huge scale things.
Yeah, huge scale, strange things. Yeah.
Yeah, the Incas did a lot of interesting stuff.
They did.
The holes are one of them.
They did a lot of interesting, pointless stuff. Let's put it that way.
Well, this plateau is about, to give you kind of a reference, if you look on a map in Peru, you'll find the town of Pisco. It's about 15 miles, give or take, east of Pisco is where it's at.
Is that where a Pisco Sour originated?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
Let's just say yes.
All right.
Somebody out there do a Google on that. We're too lazy.
So the band of holes extends for about a mile or so, and it runs north-south, and it runs over uneven mountain surface.
Is it approximately north-south, or is it actually north-south?
It's approximate.
Okay, so
it's not an actual straight line.
Okay.
They're not a perfectly straight line.
Cool.
Unlike all the other stuff that's on the top of the plateau. Sure. The grouping of holes, because they're drilled into the ground, to use the word drilled into the ground inappropriately or incorrectly, it's a series of holes, so they can be 6 to 10 in a row next to each other. It varies between how many across.
Width-wise, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And that band of holes can be anywhere from 20 to 30 feet across, because the holes themselves are typically about 6 or 7 feet across.
Whoa.
And anywhere from 6 or 7 feet deep to just a few inches deep. Here's the weird thing about the few inches deep. I was trying to find how people determined that they were a few inches deep, and I couldn't find any solid science on it. But they look like they're crumbling and they're falling apart and they're kind of collapsing. So I think that when people say they're a few inches deep, they mean these holes have kind of filled in. So all that's left is a couple inch depression in the ground. In some places, the holes, like I said, they're about anywhere between 6 to 10 holes across.
Right.
And they're in a perfectly rigid line. So a set of holes, directly after a set of holes. Sometimes they start to break apart and they widen a little bit. So remember I said it went from 20 to 30 feet across? So they get a little irregular in their placing, and they start kind of going straight up the hill, and then they bend, and we're talking up a mountain. So they're kind of going over ridges and back and forth. If you were looking at it on a map, think of it left to right, east to west, essentially. So they twist and they turn. So it's really weird that it's just this whole series of lines that just go up, and eventually they come to a saddle, is the term that I would use in the mountain. It's where two ridges or two sections come together and form that V.
Yeah.
And they stop. That's the end of them.
Maybe their tools broke. I gotta say, and I encourage all of our listeners to go out and look at the aerial satellite photos of this because it's fascinating. It really looks like a wide road from the almost.
It kind of does, except that when you get into when you start looking at the satellite imagery and you start looking at roads, they're very different because this is a series of pockmarks. Is a phrase that I would use in the landscape of the mountain, and then a road would be nice and smooth. So it's kind of strange.
Yeah, it's not really. Yeah, obviously it's not a road.
They've been there so long that the indigenous people have no idea where they came from. The people who live in the region, they just they've always been there. They've just always.
That's always
been there.
one of the really interesting things to me because I feel like indigenous people are really good at they have lore. Surrounding things like that, right? And that this is such a massive undertaking that had their people, their ancestors created it, had there been any kind of ownership of it in their history at all, they would have heard about it.
Yeah, I think so.
And so it's so interesting because that means that the people who created this are just
they're gone.
They're gone.
Long gone. Their society's
but they don't even
gone.
have descendants.
Right.
Yeah.
That know of it anymore. Yeah. And that's exactly it. They've been there for so long that just nobody knows.
Yeah.
It's
they've just been there.
There.
Yeah. So is it possible this was a quarrying operation? Maybe they were just cutting out rock to use in projects.
It would be. Think about it. It's a 6 or 7 foot across hole. So if you're cutting a pillar out. At places, this is at essentially a 45-degree angle is the mountain face. It seems like a bad place to be digging columns of rock out, and it seems like you could quarry it somewhere that's a little more accessible.
Yeah. And also, obviously, you want to quarry as close to wherever you're building your thing as possible.
Exactly.
And so there's no ruins around there, right?
Well, and that's something that we're going to get into. That is part of one of the theories that I couldn't substantiate. But we'll just take the theories from the top.
Sure, yeah.
There's a couple. Some better than others. The first one is that people have hypothesized that these were storage containers for grain.
God, that just makes exactly zero sense.
Yeah,
you're exactly right. No capstones have ever been found because if you're going to make a hole in the ground to store grain, you want to protect it. You got to remember the altitude that we're at. It's pretty dry, and therefore things last longer when they're buried in the ground, so you'd have a better record of them. No record of grain has ever been found in these holes. People have dug around and tried to figure it out, and there's, whatever the local grain is. It's not wheat, but let's just say if they were using wheat, you would think you would find wheat seed.
Yeah, but and just why?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you build a building?
Yeah. Or make it wider. I mean, why this very small, very long?
Well, and you would think, because grain is being grown all over the place. If this was a typical way of storing it, then you would find these holes scattered all hither and yon. They wouldn't be in one place in a mile-long line.
And at the base of this mountain, it is amazing to look at the satellite imagery because it is this barren rock face and then suddenly lush greenery at the base.
Yeah,
where it opens up.
There's just no good reason.
No, there's no good reason.
And you want to store your stuff in similar climates, not up a mountain and the bottom of a mountain. Yeah. No.
So then people said, well, maybe they're individual graves to bury people in.
Oh.
Same thing with the grain. Not a single human remain has been found in any of the holes.
So are these? Are they dug in? What's the soil like there? Is it dirt or is it
stone?
Oh, so it's solid rock.
It's rock.
They've carved these out of solid rock.
Yeah, they're carving them into a rock face. So
I guess the only thing I would say is ashes that could have been blown away, but it just seems like a lot.
But if I'm putting the ashes of my ancestors or the bodies of my ancestors into a hole, wouldn't I want to cover them?
Well, maybe not. Different cultures have different.
It's true. There's the sky burials with vultures and stuff like that.
And if this is so old that we literally have no idea where it came from, who knows what those people believed?
That's very true.
But it's still a little weird.
Yeah, very. Now, the next one is the next theory, even weirder. And I got to laugh at the internet right now. So one person made mention in their article about how it looked like coring holes or pilot holes that would be done for mining to see what's in the rock and in the soil, somebody said. And I quote, "To this Texas boy, it looks like what a drilling rig would do." I do laugh at the internet because that really made it hard for me to find new information, because every site I started doing a find on for the words Texas boy, because there was a lot of prodigious copying and pasting on the internet.
Of course,
Always,
yeah.
I know.
But people are saying, well, maybe it's an alien civilization that came to this planet at one time, and they were doing samples up the mountain to see if there was anything in the rock that they wanted to use, and then they found nothing, and they left.
Either that, or they finally found something useful, and then they mined it out and carefully covered it back up.
I guess, my problem with that is that they would have done that other places too.
They would have done it all over the place, and not just in that one spot.
And that's a huge sample size. Okay, to be fair, I don't know how giant these alien rigs were, right? But that's a huge sample site. Just be going up, and it's not like the dirt is gonna change in the 4 feet in between.
Drilling. Therein lies the rub.
Yeah.
So those first 3 theories, they're pretty well kicked off.
Okay.
The next one says that it was created by an ancient civilization.
Okay. Yes.
But for what we don't know. And here's why. Everyone loves to point out when they are looking at it that we've got the Nazca Peninsula and we've got Machu Picchu, which is relatively close to this area.
How far is Machu Picchu from there?
I don't know exactly, but I'm just saying in the region.
Peru isn't
close.
The hugest of the areas.
No, it's not a vast country.
Let's just, I don't know how many miles, but let's not worry about that. But there was a lot of really intricate building going on at that time. And one of the things that people point out is, you remember that, and I know I showed you too, and everybody who looks at the satellite images, that saddle where the band of holes suddenly ends.
Yeah.
To me, in the imagery, I couldn't tell if it was just rock outcroppings or it almost looked like there was some spots of sections of holes. But this outcropping, the saddle, almost looks like a slump of the mountain came down and
like a
covered
little
it.
avalanche or something.
Right.
Yeah.
There are images out there where people will say, look at this piece of rock. It looks blackened, this section of rock, which is hundreds of feet across. And they're saying it looks blackened as if there was an explosion.
Or maybe an alien landing site, and they just burned it with their rockets.
Right.
Yeah.
So I showed you two. There's no blackening. I'm using air quotes here. Blackening of the soil. I'm afraid I think that's actually a little bit of photoshopping.
Yeah.
I think maybe somebody did some contrast adjustments and just made it look what they wanted to look like. But they're also, in those same articles, there's another image they show of these blocky, ruinous structures. It looks like blocky, ruinous structures in kind of ravines or carve-outs in the mountain. I couldn't find that. I looked around. I looked all in that area. I spent probably an hour combing across the map. I couldn't find it. But people say, well, based on the blackening and this ruined city that we find, we think that it's the same culture that built Machu Picchu and the Nazca lines. But I can't find that. I don't even know if that's in the same area or how zoomed in somebody was. It really raises a lot of red flags for me.
Did you do any looking for archaeological sites in Peru? See if any of the, because I mean, obviously these things, if there were ruins, they would be known.
And that was exactly it. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it as I looked around. I'm afraid that I think that, because here's what would happen is people would show that image of this supposed ruin site and then Machu Picchu. And they would show how the structures, the squares, the buildings, and the stones were kind of similar, but I could never find them. I mean, I don't know if it's not invention.
Probably.
Finding what you want to find by zooming in close enough.
Yeah.
I'm not going to point a finger and say somebody's outright lying, but I couldn't find it to back it up.
Yeah.
So I worry about that this whole it was a city by an alien civilization that then was bombed out.
Or an ancient civilization, which I read a really interesting article recently, which I will definitely be talking about with you guys at least, and hopefully we'll be able to formulate a show out of it about this whole ancient civilization, ancient anything.
Ancient aliens.
Kind of, but it was very, very interesting. But, I mean, you know, we've talked about this before, and I'm sure we will continue to talk about the fact that there's strong proof of highly intelligent ancient cultures.
Oh, yeah. Even
absolutely.
in North America, there's the Clovis culture. There's cultures that we hardly have any record of at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there was a sophisticated civilization going back a long, long time.
And they're just so old that we don't have good civilization. But I think that this sort of thing really degrades that argument. You know, it's looking for some stuff that doesn't exist, and it always makes me really sad when people try and make these claims, because it's like you're really just like weakening the argument.
Yeah.
Because you're just looking for whatever. And of course, like a satellite image, you zoom in enough, it's going to get pixelated enough. You're going to be like, oh, look, totally rock outcropping, like square buildings. No, it's pixels. Calm down.
Could be. Yeah.
But also it could not be. But
there is one, I don't know that I would say theory, but a fable that supposedly explains the Band of Holes. And I can't find anywhere that says that this fable is in X record or Y record. I can't lock it in to where it came from. But there is a fable that people say explains why the holes are there, and maybe it is from the indigenous people. But Devin, if you don't mind, could you read the fable for us? It's a quick one.
Yeah, I can read it. Okay, everybody ready for story time?
Let's hear it.
Story time. Thousands of years ago, in a valley in a place that we now call Peru, there lived a large community of nymphs. For a long time, they lived happily among the trees and rivers until one year there was a drought. The rivers started to dry up and the trees began to die. The nymphs knew that they had to make an offering to the rain god, and they knew what he loved the most was music. What they couldn't figure out was how to get the music on the earth to reach the skies above where the rain god lived. They tried singing, but their voices were not loud enough, and neither were their musical instruments. They tried making bigger and louder instruments, but nothing worked. Finally, one young nymph had an idea. She began digging a big hole in the ground, and once she was finished, she stretched several long reeds tightly over the surface. When she plucked the reeds, the sound produced was louder and more magical than any of the other musical instruments in the world. All the other nymphs followed her lead, and within a few hours, the whole valley was covered in large holes, reeds stretched over their surfaces. The nymphs began to play their new instruments together, and for hours and hours they produced one beautiful melody after another, till the music reached all the way up into the skies. At last, the rains came, and they lived once again in peace. To this day, the large holes can be seen in the Pisco Valley in Peru.
Wow.
And evidently the moral of that story is creativity can help you through a tough challenge?
I guess so. So has anybody ever tried to replicate that, like stretching large reeds over the holes and seeing if they could play music?
Just like jumping on in the holes, stretching large reeds over and seeing if they could do it?
Yeah.
Not that I know of, no. But basically, I mean, that's as far as it goes. We don't know, I mean, they're there, a mile or a couple of miles long, this band of holes. And we have no idea why they're there.
You know, it seems like the people in that area seem to like to create stuff that would be visible to, from the eye of God, like the Nazca Lions. You know, all those things that they did.
Right, the men and the birds
and all that stuff.
Mysterious creatures.
Yeah,
right.
You know, I mean, they created those because they wanted to, create this piece of art that God could see up in heaven. And so this might be kind of in line with the same sort of thing, is that they wanted to create something that would be visible from heaven.
And maybe this was their first attempt at it, and they realized that the series of holes it's like stippling in art. You do a series of dots, and then you do another series of dots, and it kind of looks like that. But maybe they figured out that is way too much effort rather than just digging a shallow trench and filling it with something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, this one's a head scratcher.
It kind of is.
And you guys know me well enough to know that I always have like a theory that I really like.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, one of the other interesting things about it is when you look at those things through the satellite photographs, is that they go along in these perfect rows, and then they'll stop. And there'll be a break, and not too huge of a break, but it's very visible from space.
Say a one line of holes is
or a
missing.
couple lines.
Yeah, a couple lines of holes are missing, and then they start up again, and they keep going, and that's kind of a mysterious thing.
Yeah, it's obviously weird, but
it is a weird.
But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the whole story. I've been hanging on to that all week.
Yeah. So, but have they dug down any deeper to see if there's anything underneath these things?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think that they've actually dug down deeper than the holes. I imagine that they're kind of a protected site, and they just don't let regular old yahoos hop in there with a shovel and start digging.
I mean, okay, regular old yahoos, but like.
We're regular old yahoos.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not even
an
saying
archaeologist.
us, but archaeologists must be fascinated by this, right?
I would
think so. Yeah,
I would think so.
I don't know. It's just yeah.
If I were an archaeologist, I'd want to go down there and do some digging, or at least go down there with metal detector, maybe some ground penetrating radar, stuff like that, and see what you can figure out.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of this particular series for the show. I hope you liked 3 in a row. Let us know what your thoughts are.
Plus the bonus hole.
Yeah. If you like them. Now, all the information about these stories will be on the website. That website, as always, is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can listen to the show there, or you can go ahead and leave a comment if you want to talk to us about stuff. You can always find our shows on Stitcher. So if you didn't get a chance to download it, you can just stream it right off of any mobile device. We're also on Facebook, so we've got our Facebook page, so you can find us and like us. We've also got the group, which still doesn't have a lot of activity, but it's there if folks want to chat. And, of course, if you want to go ahead and send us an email, please, by all means, do. Email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Obviously, two of tonight's stories came out of listener suggestions, which is fantastic. And is there anything else that I've been missing?
I feel like we have some listener mail.
Well, I haven't seen any emails that have backed up.
Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry. We have a iTunes review that I really liked that I wanted to read.
Oh, I haven't been on I haven't looked at iTunes in a while.
Oh, well, I'll read it. That's fine. Fine. Okay. So, as you know, being an iTunes review, it's like pretty anonymous, right? But it's titled Overheard Conversations at McMenamins. And it says, if you've ever finished off a Ruby in the setting Portland Sun, you may have heard the perky, educated female, the excitable hipster, and the more laid-back older gentleman conversing intelligently on numerous subjects while having a good time. This podcast hits it all. I've been a long-time Mysterious Universe listener, and Thinking Sideways hits those subjects while feeling like you just walked in on your old friends talking. Enjoyable, friendly, and a wide range of topics. Which I love this. Oh. I think not only this person is from our area, obviously.
Sounds like, yeah.
Right? He's calling me perky and educated, which I love.
Is this a guy or a girl? Or
I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. I just assume he on the internet.
I automatically assume she, but I guess that's just, yeah.
Anyway, so, this person is calling me perky and educated.
Yeah.
So, and what?
Okay, so you're the educated young lady.
Perky and educated.
And Joe is...
the older, laid back older gentleman?
Oh.
Hey. So that leaves me, the excitable hipster?
Well...
Yeah. Okay, all right. So
you do drink PBR.
I admit that I'm excitable, and I wear cool hats.
And you're a graphic designer.
I've been doing that since before it was cool. But
yeah.
Oh crap.
And you drink PBR.
I do.
But you don't
and you're a graphic designer.
You don't wear skinny pants, though.
No, I don't wear the skinny jeans.
That's
true.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I do. That is a great review, and I really enjoy that.
Yeah.
That's for anybody who's knows Portland or McMinimans, that is a spot on description of what I guess this show is.
I guess so.
The person who wrote that, thank you very much.
I guess
that's fantastic.
That's right. You were saying at the top of the show that like people were asking for a description of what we are. Boom.
I don't know that I'm going to go around saying I'm an excitable hipster.
Well,
I'm just going to say.
You are.
And I'm not older, and I'm not really a gentleman.
Well, all right. I guess the description applies to me and me only.
Yeah. All right. Perky, educated young lady.
That's me.
There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that is the end of what we've got. Do let us know, though, if you like today's show, if you like having a number of smaller stories packed into one episode. We like to try these things out, so let us know what you think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That having been said, we're going to call it a night, so thanks a lot. We'll talk to you next week.
Toodaloo.
It's the lizard people, I'm telling you, stealing our water.
No doubt.
Stupid lizard people.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.